Racing, Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
It's going to be very, very tight.
Outside, but they touch. Daneben setzen, geht der Flat out daneben, das macht er. Vorne wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da in die Diffusor ran? Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for season 2024-25. We are unbelievably over halfway in our 12-hour season. 6 hours down, 6 hours to go, 3 of which will be taking place this afternoon in the second Ravenol 3-hour race, ready for round number 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. The Green Hell ready to welcome us again here in the company of myself, Ylirian Sumala, alongside me as well. We had a fantastic time a couple of weeks ago, Sumal, at the second round of our championship. Now we've got a better picture as to what our championship standings look like, and indeed who might become champion for season 2024-25. This round is going to be absolutely imperative with just 3 hours to go after this one, and the potential, of course, as always, that all the championships could be settled here this afternoon.
Indeed, they could, and you simply cannot afford to have a bad round here, even if you're not in the championship picture. This is probably the most important round because you've built up so much for half of the season. Now in the second half of the season, you've got to have a good beginning to the end, and this race is going to be exactly that. The penultimate round of the season, the final sort of straw for some of these teams to make sure that they can have a championship battle on course. And for so many teams, it's important here to have a phenomenal result because if they don't, heading into the final round of the season, there might be no hope for them whatsoever for a championship fight, which is why these 3 hours matter so much, which is why qualifying before these 3 hours matter so much as well, and also the strategies you can have over the course of the Ravenol 3-hour race at the Nürburgring. This is going to be such a crazy race. I mean, last time we had so many strategic variations, so many different teams having so many different strategic options going on in all the different categories as well. I'm just so excited to see how things pan out because we've had 2 races with a similar format already this year. So ideally, teams and drivers should know the way out. But every single time we come back here for a DNLS race, things are always different. There's no consistency in the way the race plays out, which is phenomenal for us as viewers and commentators.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's very exciting indeed. And of course, we are just about to step into qualifying, which is very exciting in itself, by the way. The SB9s will be out there later, but so far we've got the Porsche Endurance Trophy Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars, the SB10s and the SB3s out there together, currently qualifying for the 3rd time this season. Just to remind you who won in these classes 2 weeks ago, by the way, Scherer 269 won in the Renault Clio Cup class, that is the SB3s. In SB10, it was Falcon 183 who took the victory and also the championship lead with it, and Scherer 116 took their 2nd win of the season last time out at round number 2, just to remind you. So that's what went on last time around. This though is the qualifying session. This is on board with Team Huizingbeld, who have only finished inside the top 7 once. The reason you'll hear us reference top 7 is because that is where you need to be to earn more than the single point you get for completing 75% of the race. That in the SB9 class, 75% is 18 laps over the course of 3 hours. But that was pretty helpful for Martin Schmidt. Got through at a nice time there on the run-up towards Bergwerk. Always so difficult in this qualifying session. So different this part of qualifying, actually, compared to the SB9s. They get a lot longer in these cars, but of course a lot more traffic as well.
Yeah, 3 classes having qualifying all at once. Yes, it's probably the longest circuit that you could ever have a qualifying on. But even then, traffic can become a bit of a problem, especially if you are one of these cars, the SP3s. You're trundling along nicely. I wouldn't say slowly, because given the nature of the car, you're actually pretty much on the limit. But you're doing your own pace, and then suddenly, even before you know it, you could have a faster SP10 car zoom past you, and it could absolutely ruin your qualifying lap. So even for the SP3s, traffic can be a bit of an issue, which is where the Scherer Esports SP3 car has been phenomenal, because in the last 2 qualifyings that we've had here, this car has taken pole position twice. They are on course to have a triple pole position in the DNLS, which to my mind is absolutely phenomenal. But at the moment, that pole position provisionally belongs to Spiller Esports X Entropy, the number 277. So it'll take a phenomenal lap in the last 4.5 minutes of this qualifying session for Scherer Esports to get to the top of that SP3 qualifying, which they have done twice before this year. So it's a real possibility.
Yeah, let's see how the qualifying session ends there, because I get the feeling it's not quite a done deal just yet. There's just over 4 minutes to go in this qualifying session, so absolutely not long at all now for these teams to get this session over with. Don't worry about the 24 minutes at the top of your screen. That's until the end of SB9 qualifying, which will begin in just a 10 minutes time. Through Gavankov now, through for the Coanda Porsche car. It's a car that's finished up there a couple of times. They were 4th last time out a couple of weeks ago. The week before that they were 5th, or the round before that I should say, they were 5th, so they're or thereabouts in the championship, but they do need to gain some serious points today if they want to be involved in the championship finale, which will be in 3 weeks' time. Now, we've only had 1 week away since DNLS 2, but we've got 2 weeks away before the 8th of March and the final round of this series, DNLS 4. So very much hope to see you there for that round as the Coanda car now makes its way towards the line. 7th place at the moment in this qualifying session, a little bit further down than maybe you'd expect to see them. In towards the Tiergarten they come, and now out onto the start-finish line again. What is the time going to be for Gabriel Salomon, who is driving this car? 1.6 seconds off of pole at the beginning of that lap. Does he go any quicker? Doesn't look like he has, so he stays in 7th place. It looks like actually most of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars are down on pit lane and finished with their lap times, so that may well stay the same at the top of your screen over there. I get the feeling there may be still more of a story to tell in SP3 just yet. There are still some drivers out on the circuit. Sven Winter, for example, is into the final moments of his lap, as well as the Adopt shop car you're seeing on your screen at the moment, or did. This is Sarah 116. This is the only Porsche out there on the circuit now with still a view to maybe take pole position, and that looks like it might well be quicker. Is that good enough for him? No! 42 thousandths of a second away from pole position.
That is crazy. Only 400ths of a second between the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car and the Scherer Esports 116. 400ths of a second over the course of 24.5 kilometers. It is madness what we've just witnessed here in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. But we must peel our attention to the SP10s for Team Heusling-Müller coming across to finish their qualifying lap. And it doesn't seem like a big improvement on their last lap, which is a bit of an issue. However, they still have time for one more lap, so this is where things can really change, and maybe they can go from P9 all the way up to the top of the grid. It'll take something special though, because we have 2 really good teams locked in at the top of SP10. Falcon Sim Racing 183 with an 8 minutes 23.895, and Sim RC only 0.6 of a second away after such a lengthy lap. This is an interesting battle. Adopt Shop, they've crossed the line and they have a 3-second improvement on their last lap. They are now in P3, and I suppose they've gone to a 4-second difference between themselves and the pole sitters, which are now Scherer Esports SP3, the number 269. They've put in a good lap, and even they've taken advantage with the last minute of qualifying left now.
Yeah, that's a very good improvement for Scherer. Unfortunately missed that, but yeah, they are now up into the pole position. So 1.9 seconds ahead of Smilja. It should hold now to the end. Smilja, in fact, Leon Harhoff is in pit lane at the moment. That's the end of SP3 qualifying. Nobody is actually still out there at the moment. The Heusling-Veld SP10 is the only one of the GT4s still out there on the circuit as well, and there are no Porsche Cup cars left either. So that is pretty much going to be that as far as qualifying is concerned. The time is about to elapse now, and so that is going to be that. The pole sitters are now confirmed. I think the biggest surprise probably comes in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, with the 102 car taking pole position. They finished second place 2 weeks ago, but didn't score any additional points other than the one you get for finishing at the opening round of the season. So they are a little bit of a ways back in the championship. And by the way, Shera 116 actually have a decent chance of winning the title here. If they win the race here tonight, then they will win the championship as well. With still one round to go. That is probably the most likely championship to be settled here this afternoon. It's certainly the biggest advantage that any of the teams hold. It is Shera Esport 269 though who have taken pole in SB3 ahead of Similia Esports, who need to finish in the top 2 to even keep this championship alive. By the way, here this afternoon, Adopt Don't Shop and Rings for Sim Racing are going to share row 2 ahead of Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing and Storb Caution AC Mayen. Then it's Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Eifel Racing on row 4, followed at the back end by Race Sim Zone and the 7 Racing. So 10 drivers, 10 teams in the Clio SB3 category, and it's Shera Esport who have taken yet another pole position.
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. 3 pole positions in a row. 3 qualifyings, 3 poles, and they could be on course for 3 races, 3 victories as well, given how much of an advantage they have. However, dare I say this, I think they're under a little bit more pressure than last time because Similia Esports X Entropy are closer than they've ever been in qualifying. Because the last I remember, their gap in DNLS 2 was around 3.2 seconds, somewhat similar in DNLS 1. Today, only 1.9 seconds. So it's not perfect. It's not as close as we'd like it to be, but it's still an improvement on what we've seen so far. So good on Similia Esports X Entropy to make some improvements heading into the second last race of the season. Race Sim Zone and the 7 Racing will round off the final row of the SP3 category. But man, in the SP10s, things are getting spicy because there's nothing to separate Falcon Sim Racing Team and Sim RC yet again. Both of them with only a 6/10 of an advantage between them. And AMG Team Apex Racing, interestingly, are back in the top 3, only 6.7 tenths of a second behind the pole sitters Falcon Sim Racing. And these 3 have been quite a pack over the course of all the races. And good to see Dirt Esports also within that 1 second mark.
It's a classic season we're getting in SP10, that's for sure. Falcon, Sim RC and Apex all separated by just 2 points coming into this race, by the way, the 3 of them. We'll get to the championship standings in a short while, but they're in top 3 in this qualifying session as well. Dory Sports Academy and BS Competition 161 have joined them within a second of pole. Then you've got a bit of a bigger gap back to Grid and Go, who are down in 6th place here for this for the start of this race. X-Racer and Nürburgring Esports are on row 4 ahead of Team Hoisingveld and Nürburgring Esports Young Guns to round out the top 10 in SP10. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go have taken a slightly surprise pole position ahead of 116 Shera Esport, who, as I said earlier, have got a great chance to wrap up the title here today. Alone for Sim Racing are alongside Team Nitro Falcon on row 2 ahead of the Apex Racing team and the other Shera Esport Porsche. Then it is Coanda Esports and R Sport on row 4 ahead of Team Sword Rensport and PB Performance. Halder Motorsport are 11th ahead of Austrian Sim Racers with Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC on 13th place ahead of Avia WNSE Motorsport, and Fortesec by WMS are in 15th position. So that is the standing currently for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Once again, probably time to remind you that we have a Pro and Am split this season for this class. The category in the past has just been one long category effectively, but this time around split into 2. Still not entirely sure how a winner's going to be decided because so far none of those AM teams have finished in the top 7, which give them any more points. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on who's going to take the round win anyway. Team Sorg Rensport have taken the pole position for the AMs so far, but I don't think I'm being too unfair to Frozen Speed by Grid and Go by calling it the most surprising pole position of the season, or of those 3 so far. I mean, everyone expected Shera to get pole position again, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Shera have been on fire. I mean, they really had a good run all the way through. Even Apex Racing 119, they've been quite good in qualifying as well recently. And I'm actually very positively surprised to see them, the 102 Frozen Speed by Grid and Go team, up at the top of qualifying. And what that does is it really opens up the pack. Because suddenly, after the disappointment of DNLS 1, and after getting second place in DNLS 2, it suddenly puts Frozen Speed back in the mix to fight for second in the championship. And if God forbid, here's to hoping that it doesn't happen, but if anything happens with that number 116 Scherer Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy car, things could really open up and Frozen Speed could be right there to take things in their stride. So lots of interesting things happening across different categories, but now it's time to move on to the fastest, most exciting, and also the most demanding category of the lot. It is the SP9s, and they are finally out on track for their qualifying session.
Absolutely, we're going to enjoy this. That's for sure. We are going to see some really, really fast lap times now here in the SP9s. Just to remind you, race 1, Apex Racing Team's number 49 car took the race victory from PS Plus Competition and Williams number 5. And in race 2, it was the reigning champions who bounced back with a win 2 weeks ago ahead of Veloce Thrustmaster, who were a guest entry for round number 2, and Marla Racing Team, who in the number 10 car were third. Veloce Thrustmaster, I don't think, have returned because we do not have any guest entries this time round, so that also means we are missing the number 50 Apex Racing Team Mercedes as well. If you were with us 2 weeks ago, you will have noted that they had an extra entry, the Apex Racing Team. That is no longer with us this time around, so we'll watch out for that. Now the traffic jam begins through this final corner, and don't forget, 2 weeks ago, Sumo, just how many drivers and teams got penalties because of doing this bit wrong, doing the short lap wrong. They've got to get this bit right before anything else.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. We had 22 penalties issued to drivers before the race. 22, even before the green flag dropped. It was insane. And so many of them were procedural errors. So many people got the shortcut wrong, as you mentioned. So many people were going quicker than they should have gone on the formation lap, which is also something that blows my mind. And that's happened to the pole sitter of the SP9 class 2 races in a row. That's right. Both of our SP9 pole sitters so far this season have gotten pre-race procedural penalties. It's a bad omen for whoever takes pole here, but they have a lot of references to learn from. So if anyone makes that mistake again, I will be losing my mind. But it's madness, you're right. And that short lap and that shortcut that you mentioned, it's something that you can do in the DNLS, because of course you're not going to go down the Nordschleife for one whole lap to warm up your tires. You can actually do a quick run of the GP circuit, take the shortcut, and then go for your long lap around the GP circuit and the Nordschleife as well. But so many people get it wrong. So many people are on the wrong side. So many people drive unnecessarily slowly on the racing line and eventually end up blocking faster cars. It's a real possibility for you to make small errors that could get you penalized and could ultimately give you a drive-through penalty. So lots to watch out for the drivers. Apart from traffic within their own class, there's also these procedural errors that they need to avoid in order to get a good lap. And on top of that, they also need to go and actually have a good fast lap, which is actually one of the hardest things to do in all of sim racing, because you're driving a GT3 car, already so tough, around the Nordschleife, with traffic, under pressure because you've only got 2 laps. There are times when you don't want to be a racing driver. Or maybe you just sort of want to have a little less pressure. I think these moments are one of those moments, I'd say.
Yeah, this is the pressure moment for everybody here. And don't forget, all real-world drivers as well. Here we'll go through some of their credentials, if we need to, in some cases, for these drivers. You'll recognise quite a lot of them. If you've been a follower of this series for a long time, you'll know Norby Kish, who we're riding on board with at the moment. Number 1, BS Competition, Mercedes, or many-time European Truck Series champion in the real world. 6 times winner of that series, and a many-time race winner of the DNLS as well, including just 2 weeks ago on board through Adenauer Forest. The real commitment over the top of the hill there. Now in towards the slower part, the left then the right, avoiding the curve through here before using that exit curve. And now making your way down towards Metzgersfeld, and the faster than the slow left-handers. So much to think about around 15 miles around here. It's one of the most extraordinary circuits in the world. Nearly 8 minutes in lap time in these SB9s. And traffic as well. Something I think we maybe don't talk about enough is that when you're setting up for your 2 laps here, you can't really go for a slow lap in the middle and then sort of wind yourself up for one last lap at the end. You've got 2 laps effectively. Either you go for one full out lap and you get that run onto the front straight and you go for just the one flying lap, or you go for a banker lap, if you like, after coming in off the Grand Prix circuit, as we were talking about earlier, and then going for your flying lap as well after that, 2 laps in a row. But what you get when you're doing 2 laps in a row is stuff like this. On board with Marcus Fischer here, he's got nowhere to go. The Lime GP Ferrari right up in front of them, and these two are just going to be stuck with each other for the rest of this qualifying session.
It is such a tough place to be, and even if the RC Car Shop esports car is faster, where do you pass? Honestly, where do you pass? There are so many blind corners at the Nürburgring where you can't even see what's coming up next, and it's so tight that you can't put your car on the inside, and you don't want to put your car on the inside, because if you do, that's one qualifying lap done. If in case you have damage, you've got to take a trip all the way back to the pit lane, and there's most likely going to be no time left for your second qualifying lap. So you've got to just stick by and wait. Waiting in a qualifying session. Can you imagine how frustrating this might be for drivers who've prepped for over 20, 30, 40 hours in the build-up to this event? And then when the golden moment comes for them to have their perfect qualifying lap, they have to stick behind a faster, or let's say a slightly slower car. It must be hell for them, literally. It's like there's nothing more frustrating in the world than actually having unfulfilled potential, isn't there? And this is just the perfect example of unfulfilled potential if in case you get stuck behind. Luckily, the Nürburgring esports car has, in fact, gotten a decent position, and they're not really directly behind another car. They have another car that's, I think, a couple of car, actually 5 or 6 car lengths ahead, which is a decent space to be in. But anything less than that, and my word, you're in for a challenge.
Yeah, it is a very challenging series indeed. This is on board with Andy Goulden, by the way, in the Mercedes. He's a Nürburgring instructor in the real world, has won NLS races in class in the real world as well. Fortunately, the Nürburgring Esports SB9 car hasn't been able to finish inside the top 7 for either of the races so far, so just a couple of points to their name. But the beauty about this point system is that they're technically not out of the running for the championship, even halfway in, despite the fact they've finished outside the top 7 both times. Of course, it is very unlikely, but they are not out of the running just for the moment. Up over the top of the hill here, another one of the rises and falls of this great circuit, heading towards Brunchen, or YouTube Corner, as most people colloquially know it as. Easy for me to say. There it is. There's the famous grass bank, and there's the famous camera shot through Brunchen. And now down towards Flanscotten and the famous jump as well. So many iconic points at this circuit. Got history around every corner and challenge over every rise as well. This is the Impulse Racing Ferrari. They have been able to finish in the top 7 on one occasion. In fact, they were 6th at the opening round of the season, just at the back end of 2024. On board with Philip Goglock here, into the final few corners, really, of his lap before they get onto the Dottinger Höhe and towards the end of lap number 1 for him.
Which is why you've got to nail these last couple of corners. A bad run through the carousel here means that you could end up with a really tricky run down the Dottinger Höhe, which is so long, and there is so much time to be lost there. Again, straight line speed, you've got to go on what happens with the car. As good as the car is, that's how good you are. But what you can control is the exit, which Philip Goglock has done to a decent degree. Keeps the car on the road, has a decent bit of tow as well from the Porsche up ahead. And I think that's going to be an interesting end of the lap for the Ferrari. But we must also peel our eyes to the AMG Team Williams car, driven by Sami Matti Trogen. And what a crazy race they had the last time with all those penalties. And that eventually put them in such a sticky spot. They could have really won that race, had it not been for their procedural penalty that came up later on. But even then, recovered to finish 4th. Now they need a good qualifying to get their season properly underway. Sami Matti Trogen comes across the finish line, and it's a 7-minute 52.827, which would provisionally put him in P1. But remember, other cars are yet to clock in their lap time. So this is just a benchmark for now.
It is. That's the early time, but it's standing up pretty well to these other early times that are coming through. Norby Kish not quite as quick. Neither was Lewis Woods in the Falcon Sim Racing team. Lewis Woods not a real world driver, unfortunately, by the way, and so the Falcon Sim Racing team number 44 will have a stop and hold 60 for no real world driver. Although, as far as I'm aware, they are the only team to have done so. This car has got some penalty points for entering with the wrong number. However, they've not got anything on circuit as far as I can tell. Sebastian Nodgaard makes his way over the line now. That's decent from him. He will go to 13th for the moment. He'll be winding up for a second lap. So it's Williams-based competition, Falcon Sim Racing Team, Marlow and M&J Downforce, your top 5. I can't help but notice that the Apex Racing Team 49 are not up towards the front just yet. That is because they waited a very long time to get going here, and probably did the smart thing, to be honest with you. Wait for some clean air and then go for it. Gordy Much is the driver there, and so he will be over the line pretty much last in the field. The only other driver who's yet to come over the line is Nicholas Walter of Mulner Motorsport, but he will only be doing one lap anyway. So he is going to... There's Gordy Much. He's weaving around, so he's clearly not putting too much on this first lap. And actually, he must have had traffic because he slowed right down. This lap's over 9 minutes long.
Oh, boy. That is not a good omen for the AMG Team Apex racing car. And they need a really good lap later on. That number 49 is capable of winning races. It's a very, very good lineup that they've got in there as well, with Gordy Much as a part of it. In fact, they've got a bit of a change. Tom Royer is out of the car. Maxence Godinho is going to be partnering with Gordy Much. And for Maxence, it's going to be tricky if the Apex Racing car starts later on, because then again, you'd be stuck in that group of traffic, and that's not a good place to be in over the course of a 3-hour endurance race. So for Gordy Much, it's important to have a good qualifying lap later on. Oh, what's happened here?
Sorry, traffic there on the way down towards turn 1. So I was just noticing this on the timing here. Lots of drivers are pitting in and then, I guess, getting a set change of tyres, then coming back out again onto the circuit. And so this is the problem for Apex. Look at the traffic on the Grand Prix layout at the moment. Those who pitted in coming out right in the way, effectively, of number 49.
Yeah, and it's a fair thing to do, I'd say, because if you have enough time and you've clocked in one lap, you would want to go in and have a fresh set of tyres. Again, there's no restriction on how many tyre sets you can take in qualifying here. Of course, you can only take one, right? Because there's only time for one pit stop. But then again, you also end up having the risk of maybe messing up one lap and then again not having enough time to warm up your tyres. So that's a balance you have to manage. But interesting to see that, yeah, there are cars coming out of pit lane that can impede other people. And remember, race control is keeping a very, very keen eye on that. Lots of cars have gotten penalties in the earlier races for impeding other cars in the SP9 qualifying. Interesting to see what's happening here. And I'd say this car, the number 7, the Mulner Motorsports X-Miller car, driven by Nicholas Walter, is one of the lucky ones because they're getting a full qualifying lap without any traffic and also after having time to warm up their tyres. I get a feeling this could well be a one and done because after this, they're not going to have enough time to have a second qualifying lap. But if you get no traffic in one lap and if you can nail it, I think it's a very, very good place to be.
Absolutely it is. I think they've taken the trade-off of only one full flying lap, and they've taken that trade-off with the exchange of getting no traffic. And have a look at this. This is Falcon right in behind Williams. Then you've got M&J Downforce, then Nürburgring Esports, all crashing down in towards turn 1. Hopefully not literally, but you get the point. It is very, very busy indeed. Williams probably in the best place at the moment. However, they're not getting any slipstream like Falcon will be. So how's that trade-off as well? We know that slipstream is relatively important around this circuit in qualifying, and he's giving it right now to 3 drivers in a row. This is the current pole sitter, don't forget. Sami Matti Trogan with the best time so far in number 5. But how's this going to stand up? It's a really difficult qualifying session to get right around here. So difficult. Just over a minute to go, and it looks like everybody has got over the line just in time. Can't see anybody who's struggling at the moment to make it in time. So yeah, everybody has now started their lap time already with time to spare. The session will not end when that time elapses. They will now all be allowed to complete the current lap they are on. The Mulner Motorsport Porsche we were just on board with will be first over the line to complete this final round of times. 18 times about to come in the next 5 minutes or so.
It's going to be madness towards the very end of this qualifying, and so many good teams are in contention BS Competition are currently second, but don't count them out. They have Nobby Kish behind the wheel, who's probably one of the best drivers in the history of the DNLS, dare I say. He's won so many races and so many titles as well. Falcon Sim Racing, they've been very impressive in this qualifying session so far. Only 8 tenths of a second behind. That could change very, very quickly. I'm kind of surprised to see the number 10 Marla Racing team that far. Phil Dennis is a very, very good driver. Maybe the first lap wasn't very good, but the second one can be better. And interesting to see that there are other cars that are not really in the mix right now that could also have a really good shot. Pole Promotion Esports, when they were here for the first round, took pole position with Alexei Nezov. Now, we do have a driver change in that car, and Sebastian Ogard behind the wheel of that machine. But I want to count them out though. Pole promotion, sorry about that. They have been a pretty decent team so far, so watch out for them too. But mainly, Williams, they're the ones under pressure. They're the ones with the target on their back. They can't stay still. They've got to keep moving. They've got to have an improvement on this lap to make sure that they can take pole position and keep it towards the start of the race. So, lots of interesting stories merging around towards the end of this qualifying session. And in a few moments' time, we shall find out where the advantage really lies for which car.
And this car will be first over the line. This is Mulder Motorsport, as we were talking about. Just as they come up towards the line, I'll tell you about the championship standings coming into this round. BS Competition reigning champions are on 26 points at the moment, 7 ahead of the Apex Racing Team 49, 12 ahead of Williams Esports number 5 and the Marla Racing Team number 10, who were third 2 weeks ago. And then you've got those who have only been in the top 7 once. So I would say it's between those top 4 with a special interest on those top 2. But it's certainly possible that the number 1 car can take the title here today. It's up to the likes of number 5, number 49 to take some points away from them here this afternoon. We'll see if they can do that as Mulder Motorsport now make their way up towards the line. This is Nicholas Volter in number 7. Now into the Tirgon, absolutely flat out through the left and the right, then stamping on the brakes here just for the final moment. Braking impossibly late in this Porsche 911 GT3. And now up towards the line as the time has elapsed. The checkered flag is waving. Nicholas Walter is going to set at 8:01.3. That is going to be, unfortunately, just ahead, actually, of the Porsches in the Cup class. That will be down in 17th place for them.
Wow, that is a tough position to be in at the end of qualifying. P17. Yeah, that's not the ideal position to begin, but if there's any ray of hope, it's that qualifying is not that consequential in SP9. It's really what you do in the race and how you manage your strategies that ultimately decides where you finish in the race. And it's not as bad as being at the back end of the other classes as well, because in SP9, P17 means you're going to be last in the pack and you have enough time to react to all the chaos that's going to happen in the mid-pack, which definitely will happen, given how chaotic the starts can be here. Well, it's time to watch what the Halder Motorsport car can do. The number 8, Carlos Scholl, is coming across the line. He's put in a 7-minute 58, which puts him in P14. Not a bad place to be in for them. And the pole promotion esports car, Sebastian Ogard, has clocked in a 7:56.987, which would put them in P9. So decent lap for them, 4 seconds behind the leader. Again, a decent return for them. The mid-pack is a dangerous place to be. But of course, if you are there, it also puts you closer to the top 5, which is where the action really begins. What about these guys, though? The number 49, Apex Racing. Not a good first lap. I mean, nothing really to show for in that first lap where you ideally should have a banker. Now the pressure is on them. Now they're at a Dottinger. And now is the moment of truth for the Apex Racing team. This really matters a lot given the context of the championship. If they've got to keep it alive, this lap is going to be their most important lap of the entire season.
This is absolutely huge for Gordy Much, but there are a few drivers in this field you'd want to have, or rather have, I should say, in the car at this stage in qualifying. A crucial lap for the season as far as the Apex Racing team are concerned in number 49. Making their way up towards the line now, the winners from round number 1 of the 24-25 season. What's the time going to be? It's a 53.5. It's just away from that Williams and BS Competition, but they're right in the mix. That's 3rd place for them.
That's good. That is a good place to be. Remember, the driver lineup has changed dramatically. They don't have Alejandro Sanchez, Elias Pan, and Salva Tanens in the car anymore. It's Gauri Much behind the wheel of that car right now. And Gauri Much, I mean, we're expecting more from him in the race than in qualifying, which is where I'd say P3 is a very, very good place to be, because you're in the mix, you're in the pack, and then you can do interesting things with your strategy to go and fight for that race win. And you don't even know what's going to happen at the start of the race. For all you know, AMG Team Williams in BS competition could be involved in some mix-ups at the start, and that could give the AMG Team Apex Racing car a bit of advantage. So P3 is a very, very decent spot to have given the start of the race. But BS competition could go one better and could take pole now.
Look at this as well. The slipstream here could be absolutely crucial. As long as the Mustang doesn't get in the way at the end here, this could be a problem for Kish. He's going to get right into the back of the M&J Downforce car now. Is he going to go for the move, maybe? Oh, it's going to be tight here in towards the Tyrgon. He's going to have to hope the Mustang's quick enough here. He's got a brilliant slipstream down the straight, but the run through the final corners is not quite as good here. That may have cost him the pole position. Are they going to get there anyway in number one? This is huge for the reigning champions. PS competition over the line. Is the time good enough here? Is it any better than where they were before? No. The answer is no. The slipstream was good down the straight. The time wasn't quite as good, I'm afraid. And so BS competition stay where they are. They're actually jumped over by Falcon, and it may not matter anyway, because just in behind them, Sami Matti-Trojan goes even quicker in the Williams number 5 to get on pole position for this race.
Sami Matti-Trojan is just flexing with that. 3.5 tenths of a second faster than the Falcon Sim Racing Team number 44. And what a lap they've put into as well. Lewis Woods on fire with this one. But the Mahler Racing Team, I suppose they have a good chance of upsetting the apple cart here. Phil Denez has crossed the final couple of corners. Now is when we find out if the Mahler Racing Team can take pole position. And they have to. Yes, they have. No, they haven't. 4 tenths of a second away from the pole sitters, but that is still an excellent lap from Phil Denez. I thought it was a 7 minute 52, but it's ultimately clocked out as a 7 minute 53.8. So that's a little confusing. Mahler not with a very, very good lap, given the context of things. They're only finding themselves in P7. I got a bit too excited for a couple of seconds there, because I really have big hopes from this team. But P7 for them only. And that means, I suppose, that the AMG Team Williams team has taken pole position by 3.5 tenths of a second over the number 44 Falcon Sim Racing Team. I don't know what's the bigger result, the fact that the Williams has taken pole, or the fact that the number 44 is actually in second place, which easily would be their best qualifying of the entire season.
Yeah, it's a great qualifying for them. I mean, it's a shame that they're going to have to lose so much time. It's the same as we saw with Door Esports 2 weeks ago, isn't it, I suppose? Well, they had a stop-and-go 60. No real-world driver for them either last time out. So, yeah, we'll go through all the pre-race penalties in a moment, by the way. But, yeah, it's difficult to overplay too much the Falcon time because of that penalty that they've got. It is Williams on pole, though, ahead of that Falcon team. BS Competition and Apex Racing Team will share row 2 with M&J Downforce and Impulse Racing on row 3. The Marlin Racing Team and Hulk Racing Team by Grin & Go are 7th and 8th. Rounding out the top 10 is Liberty Esport and RC Car Shop Esports. Then you've got the Pole Promotion Esports car with Lion GP in 12th. Then it's M&J Downforce Mustang number 11 alongside the Nürburgring Esports 42. Then the Nürburgring Esports 47, followed by 3 Porsches to finish, Halder Motorsport, Team Nitro Falcon and Mullner Motorsport to round out the top, and indeed the 18 cars as well that will continue to cycle through on your screen. While that's going through, I'm just going to tell you about the pre-race penalties. As we've already said, stop and go 60 for Falcon. Drive-through penalty for R Sport, that's a Porsche Cup car. That is for the right-hand drive qualifying, so not doing the short lap properly in qualifying. And there are a couple of other things being under investigation. There is Coanda Esports are actually under investigation for the same thing, but no impeding investigations this time round in SP9, which effectively means that everybody was very well behaved.
They've learnt at last. It took them 2 rounds. It took them 2 really big qualifyings to understand how not to do a mistake like that. But it's good to see. And I mean, my mind just still goes back to that second place lap that we saw eventually from Falcon Sim Racing Team. It's so sad because in the last couple of races, they finished in P15 and P16 respectively. And after that, to have a qualifying lap that puts them in second place is just mind-blowing. Lewis Woods has put that car, in a position where we've normally not seen it. But then it's going to go back to a position where we have seen it more often, given the penalty that they've got for not having a real-world driver. It's such a shame. It's one of those micro stories that we're going to remember at the end of the season that, remember, Lewis Woods and the Falcon Sim Racing Team. They were nowhere in the season, and then they had a phenomenal qualifying lap, and then they had to drop back down again. But it's not the end of the world, because the last time we had Marla Racing Team and AMG Team Williams have a big drive-through penalty, and they still finished third and fourth respectively. So with a penalty like that, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to be in the contention for the win, but I definitely can see them somewhat fighting for the podium if the same performance can be replicated by their other drivers too. So watch out for the number 44, in fact. Even though they might not have the biggest impact on the ultimate race win battle, I think they are going to be a fun story to watch for as the race progresses.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to challenge for those higher positions, but they are clearly quick. Remember where I think they had the same problem 2 weeks ago. We certainly saw the same problem for Dory Sports 2 weeks ago. They were struggling to break the top 10 again. Losing a minute for free effectively is really difficult to come back from. And then you get caught up in a load of traffic that you wouldn't have been caught up in otherwise, and it all just starts to sort of unravel from there, really. So I think this is going to be very difficult for them, actually, to even break into that top 10, top 5 kind of region. But we'll see. It will be a great performance for them. They are not involved in the championship fight, really, as we've just spoken about, the 4 teams who are. I'll tell you about the other championship standings, meanwhile, while we're just waiting for the gridding process to happen right now. The Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring is being led by number 166 Scherer by 11 points. If they win here today, 166, they are champions, and there's nothing anyone else can do about it. Number 117 are 11 points behind, and then every other team needs to gain points and finish ahead of the 166 here today. Apex Racing Team 119 is one of them. Grid and Go 102 have taken pole on 19 points behind. Apex 18 points behind, by the way. Coanda are 20 points behind after 2 top 5 finishes so far. So it's real dominance from the Team 116. We've already spoken about SP10 a little bit. Falcon Sim Racing, Sim RC and Apex Racing Team covered by just 2 points after 3 great performances so far from those 3 over the first 2 rounds. Grid and Go are 4th. Only 9 points behind, though. Then BS Competition, who are 5th, are 16 points behind. So they need to gain, ideally, on all 4. If they can win today, they'll be right in the game. But otherwise, it could be a little bit difficult. Then in towards SP3, Scherer Esports are leading by 8 points over Smilia Esports. They've finished 1 and 2, those 2 teams, first 2 times round. It's really between those 2 for the championship, I would say. If Smilia Esports finish in the top 2 here this afternoon, though, they will take it to a final round no matter what happens. So, as we spoke about at the top of the show, it's possible titles will be decided this afternoon, but I'm not going to go ahead and say it's likely for the moment. I think it's unlikely, but still possible in all 4, I should say, of our categories.
Yeah, most likely in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy and the SP3s, both of them, in fact, could be going Scherer Esports' way. It's a big day for them. They've done all the hard work in the first couple of rounds so far. Now, with a good race, they could be reaping the rewards at the very, very end. But what about SP9? Man, things are open over there. PS Competition with 3rd place have put themselves in a very, very good spot to go and have one hand on the title. They've got a 7-point advantage over the number 49 AMG Team Apex Racing car, who are right behind them, in fact, in P4 in the starting grid. However, it'll take a lot for the AMG Team Apex Racing, or even Williams for that matter, to catch up and pass PS Competition, because PS, as I mentioned, 7 points ahead of Apex in second, and ultimately 12 points ahead of the AMG Team Williams car in 3rd position. For them to have any sort of drama in this race, that could mean that the championships opened up again. But it's going to be so unlikely because I think the messaging throughout the team for this race is going to be just keep it simple. Even if we finish 4th or 5th and don't end up winning this one or don't end up being on the podium, it is fine so long as we are not dropping far too many points. And the way the point structure is designed, right, it top 3, 15 points for P1, 11 for P2 and 8 for P3. But even if you're 4th, even if you're 5th or thereabouts, I don't think they're going to be losing that much given the circumstances. So for BS competition, the motto is clear. If you're in the top 3, it's perfect. You don't need to win the race, but just make sure that there's no damage on the car and there are no penalties coming your way. Because if nothing like that happens, then the championship could already be heading their way. Interesting times then.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. If the Apex Racing team finish on the podium in number 49, they will guarantee themselves a place in that championship finale in 3 weeks' time. For Williams, they really need to finish up towards the front, as do Marla. So we'll see.
We just need to win. Clearly, they've got the choice.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Not mathematically, of course, but I think so. I think realistically, yeah, I think you're right. It's a good job they're starting on pole then, making their way down towards into the final few corners. I mean, great lap from Sammy Trogan. Once again, we know how strong he is in this series. He does it year after year, and he does it on the Nürburgring in the real world as well. Such a wonderful driver. A multi-talented driver, I would say, as well. So much different so many different categories, I should say, in the real world, from rallycross to Formula 4 racing. He's really done it all. So no surprises to see him on pole here at the Nürburgring as they make their way down in towards the final few corners now. It's Williams, Falcon, BS Competition and Apex in the top 4. Great lap again from Jan-Philipp Springhoff, who's got the number 22 M&J car up inside those top positions again here. He is qualified inside the top 5. They finished 6th place 2 weeks ago, by the way. So there'll be ones to watch, and maybe a dark horse to watch in this race. Impulse are alongside them. Then it's the Marla Racing team who have qualified a little bit further down than really they would have hoped for here in this race. Sorry, go ahead.
Just make sure, Samuel Trogan, that you're not going over 90 kilometers per hour. That's the same issue that happened to Apollo Series the last time out. Just be careful, don't cross that speed limit, and I think you should be okay. That's something we'll find out once the race begins.
For those that haven't seen the first 2 rounds, by the way, that has happened twice now for the overall leader. So great point. Yeah. Now you can see him slow there. The others want to go quicker, but he's holding his speed. I think he'll be all right here. But let's wait for the stewards to decide. The green flag will be in hand, and the 3rd round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for season 24-25 is set to get underway. The Ravenol 3-hour race here, the penultimate round, as now Samuel Trogan makes his way up towards the start-finish line. He waits, and now they go. The green flag waves. They all fun out at the same time, and there's already contact. One of the Nürburgring esports cars has lost its front bumper and maybe even its rear wing as well. In towards turn number 1. Trogan on the inside line. The Falcon Sim Racing Porsche on the outside goes quite deep into the corner, and so the Williams Mercedes will hold on to the lead ahead of the Falcon Porsche. Then it's the number 1 car. Jan-Philipp Springhoff's up to 4th place. The Apex Racing team have gone backwards here. They're in 5th ahead of the Impulse Ferrari, and then the side-by-side battles continue. It's mostly a clean start, but one of the Nürburgring Mercedes did lose its front bumper and maybe even its rear end as well.
So much madness. The Impulse Ferrari is side by side with the Apex Racing car, and now they're giving them an even tougher time. The Apex car, though, on the inside line, they are forcing their way past, using the muscle of the Mercedes, but the Impulse Ferrari just won't let them go. Side by side as we come towards the final part of the GP circuit, and there's madness going on. And my word, has it been a tough lap for the AMG Racing team, Apex Racing car, because they were starting in P4. Now they're back down to P6, and they could go and position even further behind, because that's the Porsche of Liberty Esport fighting for their spot. What a first lap it's been, and the Apex Racing team clearly the biggest losers of the lot.
Yeah, I would say so. Apex and Marlow have both gone backwards, by the way. Two championship contenders in SP9 getting poor starts. Side by side between the unwounded Nürburgring Esports car and the Line GP Ferrari. Through onto the hats and back they'll go in a couple of moments' time. They'll sort themselves out and finally get single file into that section of corners. As we're sorting those drivers out, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring drivers are making their way up towards the line. A great pole position for Frozen Speed by Grid & Go, who are waiting, itching to get going here at the beginning of this race. The championship leaders alongside them, Share Esport in second place. You'll see, there they go, all fanning out, 3 and 4 wide. It always happens immediately here. And the Share Esport car trying to cover off the Alone Fritzen white Porsche down the inside here. Are they going to be given the room? They're just going to back off slightly. Oh, steaming down the inside. Somebody's coming in here very hot. Oh, goodness. There's a big crash down in towards turn 1. And one of the cars has gone around as well. I think that looks like the Apex Racing team who've been spun around in towards turn 1. Somebody missed their braking point by a mile in towards turn 1. Thankfully, missed everybody. But it's Share Esport who have taken the lead. Alone Fritzen second. Then in third place, the Team Nitro Falcon Cup car. Then Commander Esports up to fourth. Frozen Speed by Grid & Go are down in fifth. And they're even having to fight for that position too.
What a chaotic start it was. And Frozen Speed by Grid & Go, man, they were in the wrong position heading into the first corner. The outside line, as we saw with the SP9s as well, is the toughest place to be because the inside swoops down so much and that descent just does not help you when you're on the outside. Frozen Speed then suffering the consequences of that, and they're fighting with the Share car as we head towards the final part of the GP circuit. It's a tough start for them, and it's the 117 they're fighting, not the 116. So the championship leaders, the 116, have run away with it at the top, and even the Lone Fritzen team, they can't do much about it given the gap that's there between the two of them. So tough start for the Frozen Speed by Grid & Go car, but very plain sailing for the Share Esports, who looked like they were under some pressure at the beginning but chose the inside line wisely, were momentarily behind but then eventually cycled out in first. And that's what the leaders need to do in SP10 as well. Choose the inside line and you should be good unless someone comes steaming down and takes you away.
Starting group number 3, ready to get going. SP10 and SP3 start together, of course, in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. The green flag waves, and you can absolutely tell when that happens as well, can't you? Because everybody fans out 3 and 4 wide. Lucas Muller in the Falcon BMW coming to cover off Sim RC down in towards turn number 1. Outside line goes everybody else as they don't want to stack up behind him, but Muller's held on very well there indeed from the Sim RC Mercedes. Then it is it's Dory Sports Academy who have been there by Sven Haase down the inside in the Aston Martin. The Apex Racing team will follow through. They'll get into the back of Haase. Dory Sports Academy are not quite going to give this one up just yet. In towards turn number 4, they're on the inside line. Then just behind, BS Competition and X-Racer going side by side as well. Further back in SP3, Share Esport have held on to their lead early on through the Mercedes arena.
It's a tough way to be an Apex Racing Team car because yet again the number 190, just like its other Apex Racing Team teammates, has suffered a bit. They're only in P5 and they're currently fighting for the championship. Their major rivals, the Falcon Sim Racing Team and the Sim RC car, are up in the first and second places, but there are 2 cars separating Apex and themselves. Wow, it is a tough day to be the Apex Racing team across categories actually. In all 3 of them, they've had terrible beginnings. And it's Sven Haase who's the biggest gainer in the number 180 Grid & Go car, because the way he put his car on the inside line of that Dirty Sports Academy machine, it looked like his heart and mind was set on getting that position, and he took it with confidence. What a bold maneuver, what a brave maneuver, and the 2 Aston Martin swapping positions in the SP10 class. In the SP3 though, nothing really changing. The 269 Share Esports SP3 car is your leader, with the Smiller Esports X Entropy car second, and a familiar side, a Don't Shop in third. Is this again even different to the first and second rounds? Are we been watching a different race in the SP3s even?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it sometimes, does it? It's a very similar order to the start of most of the races this season. Share Esport probably just a nose ahead of the rest, and then
oh, here we go.
And then, sorry, I'm just distracted mid-sentence there by some notifications coming through about penalties and such like. That's for incident number 3. That is our sport, isn't it? Yeah, so that's a drive-through penalty for them. I told you about that a little bit earlier. We have had a couple of protests already, and that's only come through from SB9 and Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, presumably because the teams in starting Group 3 haven't had time to file any protests yet. There may well be some, but let's give you an update on where we are with the leaders at the moment in SB9. We've got Williams Esports still leading the way ahead of the Falcon Sim Racing team. They're being followed by BS Competition. Then it's M&J Downforce who are fourth, ahead of Impulse Racing. Then the Apex Racing team, number 49, Liberty Esport, and Marla Racing team rounding out the top 8. It's a very good start as far as Williams are concerned. Pretty bad as far as Marla and Apex are concerned.
Yeah, it is terrible for them. Marla are in 8th, Apex are in 6th. Apex are fighting for the championship, remember. They need to be up ahead of both the Williams Esports team and the BS Competition team, and at the moment, they are a long way out. In fact, if I can read the timing screen correctly, the Apex Racing team are 4.5 seconds behind Sammy Matty Rogan in the lead. 4.5 seconds and 5 cars between them. Wow, that is going to be a tough task. But in the meantime, BS Competition are fighting for a place. Here's Nobby Kish on the inside of the number 44 Falcon Sim Racing car. It was a look. The Porsche did go on the curbs and that upset the car a bit. And Nobby Kish thought otherwise of making that move. But things could have gone haywire very quickly. But now, the best opportunity on the entire circuit comes up in a matter of a couple of seconds. We're looking at the cars heading towards turn number 1 at the GP circuit. This is where the track is at its widest. This is where there are also multiple lines in the exit that you can take to go and make a move, which Nobby Kish does. Sends it on the inside line and takes second position with ease and with comfort.
Nice move. The Porsche does struggle in a straight line sometimes, and Nobby Kish absolutely punishes it there in the BS Competition Mercedes. Meanwhile, Liberty Sport are in trouble here. The Marla Racing team going down the inside. They were challenging Cordy Much in towards turn 1 with Liberty, and they are being challenged now for their 7th place. That is the Marla Racing team, number 10, with Phil Denez at the wheel, trying to come through. He's again going to have a look through turn 5. He's not quite going to have the opportunity there. Well, this is always the trouble when you're in the middle of a 3-driver group. If you try to attack, you could very shortly be forced on the defensive.
And that's the beauty of pack racing in sports cars as well. It's such a tough position to be, especially when all the other drivers are going to attack you so hard, because this is the place and this is the point of the race where the cars and drivers are closer, are at their closest. But I'm stuttering a bit because I'm processing something while speaking at the same time. And what I'm processing is something that could have major implications on the championship battle. This is the number 49 AMG Apex Racing team being given a penalty. They have been forced to have a drive-through penalty for a jump start. We'll get to that in a second because we're seeing a replay of that Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy replay. And my word, there was contact between the Frozen Speed Britain go-kart and the Share 116. Then there was that wild machine going on the inside line, and that could nearly have become a bowling ball. But while that's happened, we are seeing Coanda Racing have a very intense fight. And this would be, I suppose, for 3rd place with the Team Nitro X Falcon Cup car. Interesting battle has become towards Tiergarten. And there's nothing doing there. But yet again, my mind's going back to the SP9s. Even the number 49 has gotten a drive-through penalty. The AMG Team Apex Racing car can essentially bid goodbye to their championship battle. Because with this drive-through penalty, they're going to go all the way back from P6 to, I suppose, I don't know, 12th, 15th, 20th, it could be anywhere.
Look at that in the background, sorry,
yeah.
P5, it's all going on here, as it is for 3rd as well, to be fair. Nitro Falcon under pressure again now from Coanda. In towards for turn 1, sliding sideways. This is Gabriel Salomon, by the way, in the Coanda car, trying to make his way through on Mark Balzer, and he's not quite been able to do it. But Falcon, by the way, his best result is only 7th so far, so this is even a great result. But what is going on here? Frozen Speed by Grin & Co are defending with their lives at the moment, and unlike what we've seen early on in both of the races so far, the front of the Porsche Cup class is not unified and it is not one long line. It's a big mess behind the front 4 who have got organised. Apex had a look down the inside there of a 3-wide moment. That didn't work out and they just backed out of it. They will still get a position as consolation, if you like, in this big group, and they'll now tuck in just in behind the R Sport 109 which will fall away at some point. They've got a drive-through penalty for getting the short lap wrong during qualifying, so they'll be out of this pretty soon. But I don't really know what's happened to these guys. They were so, or have been, so organised in the first 2 rounds of this season.
Yeah, I think they're realizing that now is the time to fight because they've been calm for far too long. The final 6 hours of the season with everything to play for, now is the time to get going in this. And we are seeing a 6-car train all the way from P7 to P12 fighting for positions, and there's nothing to separate all of them. There's R Sports with Sean Terra leading that pack at P7 and the Apex Racing team of Luca Keita right behind. And I'm surprised to see the 119 there, especially after them taking pole position the last time out. But SP10s are where we are focusing right now. And at the moment, SimRC are under some real pressure by the gridandgo.com esports team, the number 180 Sven Haase behind the wheel, and also the number 186 Der Esports Academy car that was hard done in the first lap when they were passed by Sven Haase and the Grid and Go machine. They haven't been able to get back that position they lost on the first lap. But there is a concrete possibility that something can happen at the first corner, especially with the kind of draft that the Der Esports Academy car is getting right now. They are deciding to make a move now. The inside line is their line of choice, but one that's blocked by the Grid and Go car very, very firmly.
Now SP10 have a recognised front 4 as well. Now then, SP3 has got quite a lead battle going on at the moment. So it's not something you see too often. Shera Esport are leading the way ahead of Smiley Esports. Then Adopt Don't Shot have actually come with them this time. They're just in the background, getting that slipstream, and just off the back in 4th place there is Ringfors Sim Racing in towards the final corners. Shera do still hold the lead, but normally by this stage they're either, well, as in race 1, further down the field because they've had a poor lap 1, or they are leading by some distance. They've broken the slipstream early on, but that's not happened this time. Just remains to be seen how long this can continue on now. How long can Leon Harhoff and his teammates stay in the slipstream of the Shera Clio just ahead?
Yeah, normally the story of the SP3s has been that the Shera Clio just runs away with it and there's nobody close to them. There are some sort of strategic variations you can do in this category, but not too much. And the only way for the Smiller Esports Entropy car to be having a chance to win this race is to be as close by as they possibly can be for the entirety of the race. Because once that draft train breaks up, there is no catching Shera. They are just so fast. They are definitely the fastest car in this entire class by a huge margin, by over a couple of seconds on an average though. So for Smiller Esports Entropy, it is very, very simple. The playbook is clear. Just be in that draft train and you should be good. And I don't think they even need to fight that hard to get P1 right now, because if they do, it's evident that the Shera Esports SP3 car is faster, and then they also get the advantage of sitting behind and saving fuel in this class, which is not something that they would want to concede as Smiller Esports. So for now, for Smiller Esports X Entropy, sit behind, save fuel, be patient, but just ensure that you do not break away from Shera Esports, because if you do, that could well be your opportunity of winning the race gone in a flash. Now then, do we talk about the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy or the SP9s? Because there's so much variation everywhere, and my mind's going in 10 different directions at the same time, and I don't know what to focus on, which is phenomenal.
It's a great start to this race. Alone for Racing here, just closing right up to the back of Raphael Renhofer at the front of the second fastest class in the field. It is not Roland himself, but it is Roland himself starting the car this time round. Apologies. Simone Rio Marcheno is driving with him this season, and I thought it was him actually driving, but I've clearly misread that. That is Alfredson at the wheel at the moment. Mark Balzer is 3rd for Nitro Falcon. Gabriel Salomon is 4th for Coanda. Yeah, you're right to bring up SB9 as well, by the way, because Phil Denez has suddenly passed Gordy Much. His vault for Liberty Esport has lost 2 places in one go. So where that's happened, I'm not entirely sure. It must be down. Yeah, it must be down the back straight. It is. Yeah. They're just. I forgot they're a long way further round, of course, in starting group number 1. Started with a 2-minute head start, and now Apex come in for their drive-through penalty. You were right to point it out earlier, and I don't think you were overselling it, saying this is potentially preventing them from getting involved in the championship fight now. I think this could be costing them a championship. This vision right here could be costing Apex a championship.
Yeah, it's basically goodbye. that's it. It's over and done with. Because heading into this race, the AMG Team Apex Racing car was the closest competitor to BS competition, and there was a 7-point difference between the two of them. Now with this, it's going to be even harder for them to get past, because BS competition are currently on course to score 11 points. With this drive-through penalty, which I suppose would cycle the AMG Team Apex Racing car, I don't know, somewhere around P12, P13. They're currently in P16. They're not doing anything. They're not getting any points, essentially. Only one. It's nothing. That's essentially conceding 10 points in one race when you already had a 7-point deficit to the leaders. That is it. There's no chance you're closing it up, because you can only get 15 points for a win in this championship. And if BS competition just finish in that last race, that's it. That's over and done with. So that is essentially one contender from the championship fight in SP9 eliminated because of something so simple, a drive-through penalty. Yeah, that is a shame. It pains my heart to see this, honestly.
And Team Certified Bernard by Sim RC have got a drive-through penalty as well for incident number 11. I think they were the car who came barrelling down the inside, if I'm not mistaken, at turn 1, very nearly took out the entire field. Very thankfully they avoided everybody. And to be fair, you don't want to end up complimenting people for doing that, but actually to avoid everybody was actually quite well done. But either way, it's got them a drive-through penalty, and they will drop right towards the back, even though they already are kind of towards the back. As you say, mathematically, Apex would be out of the championship right now if things stay as they are. If BS finish third, then it gets a bit more complicated. We'll cross that bridge if we get to it, but at the moment a top 2 for BS competition would eliminate Apex in the situation that they're in. These are the leaders in the Porsche Cup class. Scherer still ahead of the others, but it's Team Nitro Falcon now in second place ahead of Roland Alfredson, who is third, and then it is Gabriel Solomon behind. But that is the biggest gap between drivers in the top 5 we've seen all season after a couple of laps. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's amazing. And how cool is it to see the top 4 literally separated by nothing? I think, let me just check my timing screen. I'm pretty sure that all 4 of them are within a second of each other. Yes, indeed they are. 1 second separating the top 4 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. And I'm glad it's come. I'm glad we're getting to see this sort of battle, because the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring has been, unfortunately, one of the most dull classes in terms of a victory battle, because so far the number 116 Scherer Esports car has run away with almost everything. Yes, there have been a couple of cars here and there challenging them in the middle of the race, most notably their teammates, the 117, at the first round of the entire season. But apart from that, they have just been flawless. So to have 3 other cars in the mix, challenging them for the race win, and not letting them rest on their laurels is absolutely brilliant for the entire championship. But it's not as plain sailing for the other cars though. Here's the number 17 Team Nitro X Falcon in SP9s. They were on the outside. And got tapped badly. My word.
That is Tim Heinemann up towards the mud curve, off into the barriers in number 17. And unfortunately, they did actually recover from that position. They came into pit lane very briefly to repair some damage. Now they're back out there again now. Was that Holden Motorsport that they made the contact with? It looked like it from that distance. But that's a real shame for the 2-time DTM Trophy champion, Tim Heinemann. One of the best drivers, one of the best real-world drivers, if you like, in the field. This is SB10. Current leaders. Where are Falcon? Are they out front or are they behind now? No, they're out front. Wow, they've stolen the march. There they are, just through the trees. So the others are chasing Lucas Muller at the moment. Now, Dora Esports Academy doing less chasing, doing more battling here. Sven Haase says, no, we need to stay concentrated here. We need to stay in line. And that's what they've done on this occasion. If they can just bring Lucas Muller back, then we'll have 6 for the lead in SP10.
And this fighting is just bringing other cars back in the mix. BS Competition have now joined this pack. Apex Racing have also joined this pack in SP10. So suddenly we have a total of 6 cars fighting for second place. And the way they're driving, I think they're going to close up to the Falcon Sim Racing team car that's in the lead as well very, very quickly. So 7 cars fighting for the lead in SP10s, and it could go any way. At the moment, fighting is not what they need to do. They need to close up to the leader and then do some fuel saving and maybe attack towards the middle of the stint. It's the boring solution, but it's the most effective solution they could have, because the leader is the one that's the most vulnerable, especially given the fact that they can't save fuel in the draft. So all of them are in a pretty good position. The most vital thing to do right now, though, is to make sure that you're second, because if anything goes wrong with the leader, you're in prime position to take that spot. And right now, second belongs to Sim RCL. They seem to be comfortably there. It doesn't seem to be a great sense of urgency from Sven Haase. He's close by. He's informing content gooders in the Sim RC car that I'm here and you should be careful of me. But he's not fighting for it. He's not putting his card on the inside. He's not really indicating that he wants to go for a move, which I think is a smart thing to do. Remember, 2 hours and 37 minutes are still left to go in this race. Now is not the time to decide the winner. Now is the time to build towards a good race later on. And good to see that the SP10 cars are doing exactly that right now.
And the SP3s are doing it as well here. Millie Esports and Share It Esport have now got away from the rest of the field. That's more like what we've come to expect this season. They're being pushed effectively, Share It Esport, on the way in towards the Tiergarten. Now the problem comes when the first pit stops begin here in SP3, because so far this season, Share It Esport have been quicker than Smillie Esports, but obviously the slipstream has kept 277 in touch early on. The problem comes when the pit stops happen, and all of a sudden Scherer gets separated from Smillie. They make good speed, and then they come out ahead outside of slipstream range, and they go on to win the race. That's at least what's happened for the first 2 rounds, but by doing this, Smillie are also guaranteeing it goes to the final round, because if they finish in the top 2, no matter where Scherer finish, it will be a championship finale in SP3.
A tough one, but a championship finale nonetheless. And you're right about the strategy part in this category, because the Share Esports SP3 car knows that it is faster. And even if it takes a shorter or a longer pit stop, whatever they do, they just have to break the slipstream. And once that happens, and once they are in clean air, they will eventually go past. But there's fighting. The Impulse Racing car going side by side with the MNJ Downforce car. This is in the SP9 category, and the Impulse car currently has the advantage. This is for 4th position in that category, and the Ford has an advantage. The Ford has a draft and also an opportunity to make a move at turn 1. Here we go. The Impulse car has chosen this line. It's going to the inside, and the MNJ Downforce round the outside it goes, slightly ahead, heading to the apex, but they will cycle out behind as the corner flows in and goes to the inside then. Oh, what a cutback though.
Oh, hello. Here comes Fildenez on the inside line. Here he goes 3 wide. He's going to go for it at turn 3. And he's got the inside line now. Outside for turn 4. He'll just pull out of this and let the car get through. Impulse decide to take that as their opportunity. And there's a bit more contact out of turn number 4. Inside line at 5 in the Ferrari. The Impulse Racing car still holding its line there. And it takes back that top 5. Yes, just about. Goodness me, Fildenez gave that a real go, and he was correct to do so as well. The 3 wide opportunity presented itself, but he couldn't quite take that position 2 in 1.
And there's got to be a sense of urgency, because now that we're towards the last part of the GP circuit, we're at the most open part of the entire circuit for, I don't know, the next 20 odd kilometers. So if Fildenez has to get past on this lap, he has to get past now, and he's not close enough to do so. How amazing is it to see 3 different manufacturers fight for position in SP9? 3 different cars, 3 different manufacturers, 3 different cars in the way their design is, and also the place where the engines place in all of them as well. Unbelievable variation and unbelievable variety in the SP9, and unbelievable battling too over there for P4. And at the moment, it's the MNJ Downforce 2 car driven by Jan-Philipp Springhoff, who's now taken P4. Wow, Impulse Racing almost lost everything over the course of that battle, but still in a decent place to be in P5. What a fight. What a fight that was. And it's only going to go on as they cycle out and come back to the Dottinger Höhe in a few minutes' time.
As is this in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. This, by the way, is traffic lap. because the SB3s are not that far ahead of SB9, so we'll keep an eye on that in a moment. But Mark Balzer has shown so far this race he's not willing to play the slipstreaming and fuel-saving games. Clearly finds it a bit boring, and he's going for the lead instead in towards Tiergarten. Not quite this time round. He's been sufficiently put off doing that by Raphael Renhofer, who still leads the race in number 116. At the moment, his closest championship rivals are his teammates, and the 117 car is way down in that second group in 6th place. The Apex Racing team as well are only 5th at the moment, so it's looking actually very good for 116 as things stand in the race and indeed in the championship as well. But these four stay single file this time round down in towards turn 1. By the way, in case your eyes are not deceiving you at home, that is a half and half livery, by the way, from Team Nitro and Falcon Sim Racing combining. I really like a combined livery, by the way. I think they look great, and that one is another example of it. The iconic Falcon Sim Racing livery on the left-hand side, and then the Team Nitro colours, the red and black, on the left-hand side as we look at it as well. A nice and half, although I'm not entirely sure it's entirely split 50% equally. Maybe that's just my eyes, but anyway, it looks like the Nitro's a bit further to the left than it is than the Falcon. It looks like it's just sort of edging over to the middle, if you like, there. But anyway, it is indeed a half and half livery, and it does still belong to the Falcon Sim Racing team, in case you were wondering.
But at least their heart has both teams half and half. So, I mean, that's all that matters, right? The gesture and the idea of having two different liveries on one car. It reminds me a lot of the British-American racing team back in Formula 1, where they wanted to promote two different cigarette brands. So they had one on half of the car and the other one on the second half, which is crazy. And I'm even surprised that livery did go through. But great to see half and half liveries again here in esports. And this is the kind of creative stuff that we can do here in the world of iRacing, because all of these teams, all of these cars, they have designers working on them. So many of them outsource them to paint designers, and they have wacky ideas. And the amazing part is you don't have to have a proper hardcore cost, right? You can go crazy because in the real world, you'll be wondering, matte paint, this is going to cost me that much. Adding another sticker, that's going to be an additional cost for me. In the world of sim racing, there's nothing to worry about. Just add as many logos and as many design templates as you want. It's all going to be fine. A designer just has to add a couple of more minutes to their work time, which is fine, right? Which is something you can work around. And we eventually end up getting such cool liveries. In fact, you don't even need to go crazy. You can even go with something that's tried, tested, proven, and simple, like SimRC, which is a livery I have loved for years. And they haven't changed it, and I'm so glad, because it is phenomenal, it is iconic, quite like BS Competition, who want to make a few iconic moves as well. Currently heading towards the inside line, trying to make sure that B4 in the SP10 category becomes theirs, and they're using the BMW muscle to try and get an advantage over the Nerd Esports Academy car. Currently, they are sitting behind and they haven't gotten that advantage, but soon enough, they could do something as the cars then cycle out towards the GP circuit and towards the best overtaking opportunity on the entire track, which is turn number 1.
The top 6 are now together in SB10. They're making their way over the line as we speak. So in SB3 behind, I'd imagine they're in the midst of SB9 traffic, and I think that's already started, because Williams are starting to lose time actually at the front of the race. Samuel Trogan is only a second and a half in front now of the second place car, and there's been a crash as well, I'm afraid to say. The Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, and Ringsfizzer Sim Racing, although I don't think that was related, have all had to come into pit lane in SB3. I suspect the first of those two I just read out had contact with SB9s, although I don't know that. I suspect that there was contact there, because although we haven't seen any of it, the SB9s have now passed, or at least the leaders have passed the entire SB3 field. Unfortunately, I think there were a couple of Renault Clio victims that time round.
Yup, and the battling still continues in SP10. There's a bit of a split now. BS Competition have dropped back slightly over the course of the GP circuit. I suppose they must have lost time at the shortcut, and that's where the Aston Martins have really gained a bit of time. But wait a minute, traffic is getting crazy. This is the leader of the SP3 class, the Scherer Esports, And with that traffic coming up, with the faster SP9 cars trying to carve their way past, they have opened up a 1.3 second advantage over their closest rivals, the number 277, Smiller Esports X Entropy. And that draft train that we were talking about, Ewan, has gone. This is where the Shader Esports SP3 car can disappear and can take this race under their wings. But we are seeing some more fighting in SP9s. Currently, we are riding on board with the Lion Cheapy Fenster.com car. Tony Fairdy is behind the wheel of that number 6 car in P10, and they soon could well be passed by the Nürburgring Esports number 47 car, driven by Andy Gulden. They had a tough start, they had a bit of contact at the start of the race, but all's well that ends well. And if they can get a pass here, things can really settle in well for them with 2 hours and 30 minutes left to go in this race.
Just has a look, but can't quite do it that time round, or maybe just elects not to, in towards the Tiergarten. You can certainly understand why. The slipstream hasn't quite been lost by Smiller Esports. You can see that they got the whiff of it on the dodging her there, so they're back now within half a second again, and you might be able to see them in the background of this shot if it stays long enough. No, these SP9s are too quick. They're already far too far ahead of the SP3s. Oh, there they are in the background. Maybe you can just see them in the background. They're absolutely together again. So Scherer are not quite out the woods just yet, but in only a couple of minutes' time, I think towards the end of this next lap, they're going to be passed by the Porsches. So it's going to be another moment of difficulty for those SP3s again. It gives and it takes. Sorry, what have you seen?
It's interesting because this could well shape the complexion of the entire SP9 class. Wow. And also potentially the championship. We have fierce competition putting the number 5 AMG Team Williams car under investigation for a jump start.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've just refreshed, it's been successful. It's a successful protest. It's a drive-through penalty for the race leaders. So, for the 3rd race in a row, the pole sitter has done the start procedure wrong. Now, that took a very long time to protest, by the way. In fact, incidents all the way up to 25 minutes into this race had been investigated before it was protested by BS Competition. That must be right on the limit of when you're allowed to do that, because that's nearly half an hour. So Williams will have to come through a drive-through penalty, and you're absolutely right to say again, this is championship defining. BS Competition all of a sudden are seeing things go their way to a degree that I bet they couldn't have even imagined at the start of the day. This is absolutely perfect for them so far.
Yeah, and I wonder what they were doing for the last half an hour, because in terms of strategy, everything is nice and clear. So I'm pretty sure they must have had one person in the team just sitting and observing the start time and time again. Like, did they jump it? Did they jump it? Did they jump it? 20 minutes in, they found out that yes, the AMG Team Williams car had jumped it, and then they filed that protest. But we shall get back to that in a second, because there are other battles going on for the lead, and this is the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy category, where there is fighting on the track and not in the steward's room, because the Team Nitro X Falcon car is so close to the Shader Esports 116, so close that they can actually really listen to the exhaust note of that 116 car, and if they are daring enough, they could well also pass them, but I don't think it's in their best interest to do so, given how long the race is and given how much fuel they can save just by staying behind. But 4 cars all locked up within a second. This is the kind of racing we wish we had in the SP9s, but unfortunately, every single time we have a battle, even, the leader just gets a drive-through penalty. And for the next race, for DNLS 4, I really just don't want to be the pole sitter if I'm any team, because for 3 races this season, the pole sitter has gotten a drive-through penalty, as you just mentioned. It is cursed. It literally is cursed to be the pole sitter in the DNLS this year in the SP9 class. How? How's this happened?
You could say cursed, or I mean, it's entirely self-inflicted all 3 times. So
yeah, it's so marginal every single time, right?
Yeah.
One time it was driving slowly, I think in DNLS 1. The second time it was driving marginally above the 90 km/h limit before the race went going. And then the third time it was a jump start, which I'm pretty sure must be just a matter of milliseconds, because it was also close at the beginning. So every single time, it's these small little things costing the pole sitter. And if anything, I think it's a burden to be a pole sitter, given how complex the regulations are to sort of manage the race start.
Yeah. It is a bit of a curse at the moment, but there you go. A bizarre day. Bizarre how long it's taken to protest that as well. Not the fault of race control, by the way. It was only just put into the sheet about 5 minutes ago. For the most part, race control will only investigate things that are protested by other teams. For the most part, of course, there is some monitoring of things like the short qualifying lap that is done by race control. And this time round, only one team fell afoul of, which is way more than what we got 2 weeks ago as well. So I thought after that, maybe it is going to be a bit of a less of a penalty race. Not in terms of on-track stuff, maybe, but certainly in terms of admin stuff. I thought there'd be less penalties, but seems maybe not so far. Nearly 40 minutes into this race already, and SP10 is looking like it's going to be the most exciting category once again. What a season we're having in SP10. Top 3 in the championship, covered by just 2 points, and the top 6 in this race are all in one long line down the back straight.
Yeah, it's like the little ducklings following their mother. There's no real incentive to go ahead. There's no real pressure. You just want to follow along and make sure that you can see the mother duckling, and that's all you need to do. Behind, a couple of cars would want to swap positions, like the Dirty Sports Academy car, who are now intending to go side by side. This is the battle for the lead, and in fact, they've gained 2 positions in one go. Sim RC have dropped from second all the way back down to 4th, but the big winners in this small battle are the gridandgo.com car, Sven Haase, in his machine from 3rd to 1st in the matter of 1 straight. I've been proven wrong in a matter of seconds, and now Grid and Go have sensed the urgency. They now want to go ahead and break this train and break this pack, and given the kind of pace they feel they have in the bag, they can really do so. Already 3 or 4 car lengths between the two of them, and now Falcon Sim Racing really need to rush it. They need to make sure that they don't just hold up the back, but they also close up to Grid and Go, because if they get going and if that back is broken, there could be no catching them.
I suspect that Falcon were lifting off there actually down towards the end of the straight. I just wonder whether they've had enough of leading now and they want to tuck into second place, maybe save some fuel now, because they had the pole, did Falcon, and the lead ever since then as well. I just wonder whether they purposely gave that over or not. We'll wait and see, but that looked a bit intentional to me. What has happened, though, is that Sven Haase has really put the pace on here through the Grand Prix circuit again. As meanwhile, we've got a drive-through penalty for 2.75. That is the Wolf Motorsport car. It's already been in pit lane for 5 minutes, so they're already pretty much out of the running in SP3 anyway. But, yeah, Sven Haase is going to put this group under strain now. He's got 0.8 of a second already, just pulled out over the course of the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, and now this beautiful little pack have been totally broken up. And this is where the race really begins for SP10s, because it's all nice and comfy when you're in one pack. But when you are following each other along, and then if it opens up, that's when the volatility really begins. And speaking of volatility, there is quite a fair bit in the SP9 class. The Impulse Racing Ferrari is now on the outside line. They will soon go side by side with the M&J Downforce 2 car. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the fight for 4th place in the SP9 category. The M&J Downforce car has held on very, very well, and it's phenomenal racing by all of them to keep it clean. And the Mahler Racing car in the background is just waiting for the right moment to get past both of them. Now then, turn number 1. Is there a sense of urgency? Is there a hurry? Yes, indeed there is. Mahler, go to the outside. They're going 3 wide at turn number 1 for P4. Mahler, send it to the outside. Impulse on the inside line. The Mustang is under tremendous pressure, but they will keep positions, and the battle is currently in status quo. Nothing changes, but it nearly could have ended terribly for all 3 of them.
Well, it was a good battle in towards turn 1. DNLS is getting frustrated, I would imagine, being stuck behind these guys now. But he just can't find a way through for the moment. He's really struggling to find a way past. And again, the Mustang leads the 3 of them. Meanwhile, back in, that's by the way for second place now, because Williams Esports have come in to serve their drive-through, and Falcon are coming in to serve their stop and hold 60. So just worth bearing that in mind, actually. Meanwhile, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring is now on. for the lead again. The top four still running away from the rest. The Apex Racing team are a good 6 seconds further behind of Coanda. They're 4 seconds ahead, though, of the next group, so they're doing quite well in that respect. But been an impressive first run for these guys, and I think they've managed to stay together coming through the SP3s for the first time as well, or they're about to come through for the first time. I'm not entirely sure. They're certainly in the same region as them anyway in the circuit. I'd imagine they haven't been through them yet because they are exactly in the same line as they were before.
Yeah. And speaking of the SP3s, interesting to see that the number 277 Smiller Esports X Entropy car, which remember had lost some time when the SP9 traffic came through, has now closed right back up, and both of those SP3 cars are following each other very closely. So that pack that we saw for the top two in SP3s is back, and it's good news if you're a neutral watching this race, because this means that they can stay closer together for longer and we can see more fighting. Speaking of more fighting, there is quite a fair bit to watch in the Dottinger. Coanda Esports now wanting to take third place away from the Alone Fritzen team in the Porsche Esports and George Trophy, nearly making contact there, almost going bumper to bumper for a second. And then Alone Fritzen taking back what was already theirs, P3, and Coanda has to settle back. No real urgency, but traffic makes some urgency happen for all of them. SP3 cars really impeding them, and Alone Fritzen now get the hurry up. They're going side by side with the Team Nitro X Falcon car. They want second place badly. They are on the inside line now.
And a little bit of contact as well. Mark Balzer's going to go sort of on the attack to defend his second, if you like, here on the outside. Alfredson gets alongside him here on the outside of turn number 2 and 3. If he can stay there, then they have the inside at 4 and 5, but it's a long way round the outside here, and he's going to back out, is he? Because Salomon's right there. Well, no, he doesn't quite back out, but he does turn across the Coanda car and keep third place. So, traffic is upon us for the first time in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. This could be a very important few moments for these four as far as the course of this race is concerned. There's the Sierra car just getting caught up behind one of the Clios through into turn 5. Now it will stick through on the outside, and they're so close that they will all just follow through one after the other.
I think they're lucky. I think they're lucky that they're getting to face the first couple of cars before they get to the Nordschleife, because then they can at least clear off these 1 or 2 machines before they get to the clear part. And I hope they don't face a lot of cars when they get to the Nordschleife, because A, it's tight and twisty, B, a lot of corners are blind, and C, they don't have as much downforce as they would do in an SP9, which means they can't carry as much confidence into a fast corner as the SP9s can do, which means the cars are going to be on the edge, which means it's even trickier to get past slower cars when you don't know what's happening on the other side of the corner. Crazy times are upcoming in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, and also in the SP10s, where the battling has just not stopped for 1 single second. Yes, we have seen the Falcon Sim Racing team pull out a little bit of gap between the Dirt Esports Academy car, but behind, there is nothing to split them, the Sim RC team, BS Competition, and Apex Racing. This pack racing continues to go on, and we are seeing the Grid Go Esports team at the lead, trying to make sure that they have some control over the top. But behind them, I think the fuel-saving time is over and done with. I sense a bit of urgency with the body language of these cars. I think they really want to get the push on and really want to close up to that Falcon Sim Racing team one in second, because if they get further behind, that pack could get broken up very, very quickly, and suddenly we could see 2 cars, now the 2 different groups, fighting for SP10 and the lead there.
Another verdict has come through for... no, that's Share 118. I don't see that protest myself.
That's Coanda, yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't see that protest actually in the sheet. We'll check on that. This is for. They're under investigation again on my sheet for a short lap in qualifying, which is the only thing I can see for them. Now, is that what has come? Yeah, it is. So I'm not sure whether or why race control need to have a second look at that. But anyway, that is what has given them a penalty. Not sure if we mentioned it, but Fortesec by WMS have also got a drive-through after causing a collision with Austrian sim racers. That's important down in Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy AM, where Sorg Rennsport are leading the way at the moment, and the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car, as we did mention, has caused a collision with Pole Promotion Esports, and so they had a drive-through as well, although they also had a 5-minute pit stop from that.
It seems like it's a tough season to be Austrian sim racers, because wasn't it them who made contact at the very end with the RVO WRSE Motorsports at the final corner of the last race? They were fighting for the win there, and both the cars made contact. It was the RVO WRS Motorsport team who were given the win over there, and the Austrian sim racers team unfortunately had to settle for Austrian sim racers were third. My apologies. Just got to slightly messed up, but yeah, contact for them, it means that their rather decent season in the AM category is now coming to a slightly tough ending with that penalty, and they are going to suffer as a result of that. And given the nature of that AM class in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, given how close these teams normally are, the moment you get a penalty, that's essentially it. There's no real chance of getting back up to your competition, at least on track in the race. So tough day to be Austrian sim racers, and they have to drive at the Nordschleife and basically do a joyride for the next 2 hours and 12 minutes, which is good. I'd take it any day. But given the fact that they're fighting for a championship in the AM category, it must pain them, because knowing that you're no longer in the fight and just having to do exhibition laps around the Nordschleife, I'm not sure that's going to make you feel very fulfilled at the end of it. Let's put it that way.
This is, by the way, the group for second place now, and MJ Downfalls are starting to run away with that second place.
Oh,
it is
second,
Marla
yeah,
Racing.
you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, Marla Racing team are trying to get through on impulse, but are just struggling to get anywhere at the moment. It's pretty surprising, and I don't blame this at all. I don't blame them for doing this at all. 2 hours 12 to go is a bit on the early side, but get yourself out of traffic and out of this endless battle that you're in. It's a sort of dead-end battle at the moment that they're finding themselves in, and so Phil Denez is in. He is the real-world driver of the Marla Racing Team car, but he's not a slow driver by any means, so don't be surprised if he stays in here, or if he gets in again later, unlike some of the other drivers, real-world drivers, who, with no disrespect to them, will be jumping out as quickly as possible and not returning to their car. Same goes for the Norby Kish, I suppose, who's currently leading this race. He will stay in that car probably as well. Denez makes a 22-second pit stop, stays in the car, gets back going again. That should take them to about halfway.
Yeah, that's decent. So they have quite a bit of fuel in the car. They're going long. 22.5 seconds is a decent length. We're not too sure about how many tires they've taken or
Probably
what
4.
the scenario. Yeah.
That's just about enough time.
Just about enough, yeah. Liberty Esports have gone for a full 33-second stop on the other hand, though, so I'm not sure. Maybe they haven't taken like a full bucket of fuel. Maybe they don't need to, because they must have fuel saved quite a fair bit, sitting behind 2 cars and being in a pack for the longest time. So Marla Racing Team using the fact that they were behind 2 cars and saving the fuel to have a slightly shorter pit stop. And we're also speculating that they have taken all 4 tires, which means that this next stint is about hunting. They really need to go all out here, because they've dropped back so many positions. They were 4th, they are now 12th. Yes, a lot of cars ahead of them will go in the pit lane and they will clear themselves out, but now that they have taken the gamble and they have put themselves in clear air, they need to use it quite a fair bit. And if there's one driver I'd want to have in my car for a scenario like this, where I just have to attack and close up positions, I'd actually have Phil Denez, and he's in that car for the Marla Racing Team. So now is the most crucial part of the race for them. How many positions can Phil Denez gain? And more importantly, how much time can he gain to the M&J Downforce and the Impulse Racing car, who are the real competitors? They should be ideally stopping in the next 10 minutes.
What they need, unfortunately, for the Marla Racing Team is a really good result here. If BS Competition go on to win this race, they will be a mile score none. They'll be 27 points behind, so effectively that means they need to score 13 or whatever. Effectively they need to hope that BS Competition stumble somehow and don't win this race. I don't see a way back for them if BS Competition win here. So it's getting very difficult now to see who is actually going to challenge the #1 car in this season of the championship, because at the moment they are looking pretty dominant. It has left M&J Downforce and Impulse Racing out in second and third. And meanwhile, a bit further behind is Harder Motorsport versus Lion GP. These teams have both pitted in, have they? No, they haven't pitted in, excuse me. It's 7th and 8th place, and this is back in Porsche land again, where the front four are still in the same position they are before. These will carry on longer because you suddenly make 2 stops in this class, whereas you will be making 3 in SB9 and maybe SB10 as well.
Yeah, the stops will be coming in slightly soon, let's put it that way. I think in the next 10 minutes we should see lots of activity in a lot of these classes. I think the SP3s will go longer. They normally stop around 1 hour 20, 1 hour 30 minutes into the race. So we still have time for that, around 40 odd minutes for them to get in the pit lanes. And the SP10s can also have a bit of variety because sometimes they can go longer, sometimes they would like to pit in early. Depends on what the leader does and how the pack flows over there. And there has been lots of fuel saving there. They have been battling a bit, yes. But as you rightly mentioned earlier, it was strategic from the Falcon Sim Racing team to lift off and to go behind and to make sure that they can save some fuel. So time will tell how the battles flow in the SP10s and the SP3s. But what can be concluded for sure is that BS Competition have a firm advantage. And now that I think more about it, it's so silly, right? BS haven't taken pole position in any of the 3 races that we've had so far this season. Yet, they've come out having such a big advantage at the end of most of them. Like, it's so simple. Start second, wait for the pole sitter to have their mistake, wait for them to serve their penalty, and voila, you're right there, up in the top 2, or at least in P1 most likely. It's absurd how this championship is panning out.
It is. And this championship, the most absurd of them all. Can't wait to see what's going to happen on the way towards the line here, and indeed through the pit stop cycle as well, because we are not far away from that in SB10. They can roughly go the same amount of laps as SB9s on fuel, but of course they take longer to do their laps, so it does end up being a few more minutes for them on the circuit before they end up coming in. The SB9's advantage as well of those who've already pitted means that they don't have to actually pass these guys yet for quite a while, and they might even actually be able to jump them in the pits if you like, so they can effectively go quickly in clearer air and then get out ahead of the SB10s and effectively not have to pass them. That is an advantage of the likes of Foudanez that maybe we'll experience in a few moments' time. They're just on lap 7 out front, by the way, at the moment, so everybody will have to come in a few moments' time. These guys are still sufficiently ahead, though, of the SB9s, and no traffic just yet for these guys. Out onto the back straight again, through the trees. They'll pop through in a moment. There they are. It is Grid and Go leading Falcon, Epsom Odyssey, BS Competition, Apex Racing Team, and in 6th place, the Dory Sports Academy Aston Martin. Still 6 up front in SB10, as the battle for third here has got a bit of a decision to make. BS Competition and Sim RC just work together a little bit. There they go. Bump drafting under the bridge. And they will keep these 2 front groups together again with 2 hours 5 to go. Now, can these go on for a 7th lap or not? You'd suspect yes, but let's see. Through the final corners, will anybody come in at the moment? Yes, we do see stops. So 4 in, 2 stay out. I would imagine then in that case there will be a 3rd stop, and it does look like it'll be 3 stops for the most part here this afternoon, as I suppose most people expected, because effectively to do 2 stops, you'd need a 21 lap race, but you can't guarantee that you'll be lapped twice by the SB9s. You can't bank on that, certainly. You've got to presume it's a 22 lap race, and that means making 3 stops.
Yep, so lap 6 is where half of the pack has bitten the pill. Sven Haase and Grid and Go Motorsports are in the pits. Same with the Nürburgring Esports 187. Falcon Sim Racing Team have also boxed, as have the Dory Sports Academy and BS Competition. So who have stayed out? Sim RC have stayed out. They were in the middle of the pack for the longest time, and I suppose they had the most opportunity to save fuel, which is what they must have done in the SP10s. And also, the AMG Team Apex Racing, driven by Peter Perryman. Now, they need a big result, remember, because in the SP10 category, the AMG Team Apex Racing have been there or thereabouts. They started this race in P3, only 2 points behind the leaders, the Falcon Sim Racing team, and as it stands, are second on the track. So where they cycle out after this pit cycle will be very, very important, because they are the ones who need the biggest possible result to keep this championship alive, along with Sim RC. So a decisive pit stop this is, given the circumstances that we are facing in the battle for the SP10 title, and same can be said for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy as well, as we are coming towards the hour mark, and this battle just refuses to come to an end. Share Esports 116, followed by the Team Nitrox Falcon Cup, Alon Fritzen Racing in the number 138, the white car, and Coanda Esports, who for once are actually having a pretty decent race in any of their cars. It's a shame, right? Because the SP10 machine had to withdraw from the season after all the troubles they faced there. So good to see Coanda in the mix for a win. And I wonder how this battle progresses. I suppose they should also be in the pits sometime soon, because they're coming towards the end of their 7th lap, and the cars normally can do 7. So let's see what happens there in this category.
Yeah, let's see. I reckon they'll carry on another lap, but we'll see. The pit stops have almost finished in SB9. BS Competition made only 12 seconds for a pit stop though, so they're leading. And the Hobbs Racing team, who didn't come in, Jeff Jersey, must get an 8th lap out of that Mustang somehow. So,
unbelievable.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. I almost don't believe they're going to make it to the end of this next lap, actually. But anyway, Marlow Racing Team and M&J Downforce, the 3rd and 4th. So Marlow, with that shorter stop, have managed to jump the drivers they were trying to. It's been a success for them in that case. This is one of the battles that has been created out of SB10's pit stop phase. Hoisingveld versus X-Racer is now for 3rd and 4th because of the pit stops earlier on.
Yeah, interesting. They were fighting for, I think, P7, P8 effectively in the SP10 classes, if I remember correctly. There's been so much happening that it's hard to catch up with every single car. But yes, it's going to be important for them. And given what's happening in the background, with so many SP10 cars making their pit stops, now is not a good time for them to fight. Now is the time to work together, try to increase their pace, and then hopefully try to catch all the other cars who are then going to be cycling out in the SP10 class. We are focusing, actually you're not seeing double. We do indeed have 2 cars in the SP9s with a similar livery. Of course, these are the Falcon Sim Racing team machines that we are seeing. One of them, of course, with Team Nitro, the normal one. The other one is the normal one. But yeah, both of them close by with each other. But my mind cycles back to this class, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, because with them, right, all 4 of them are together. I wonder if there's any volatility. I wonder if there's any variations, because we have seen variations in that battle for second in the SP9s. We have also seen variations in strategies in SP10s. Are there going to be any differences here? There are, right? Because I think one car has dropped off. The Coanda is in the pit lane. The Apex is far off. So already the Coanda has bitten the bullet, and they are making their first pit stop 7 laps in.
Yeah, so pit stops happening in Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Land, also happening in SB10, where we are still waiting for the front 5 to come in. Glad to say that I've managed to get Lucas Muller from the Falcon Sim Racing team to come and have a chat with us from SP10, so we can do that now. Welcome in, Lucas. Good to have you with us, and congratulations on getting pole position. You led for a lot of that opening part of the race, but in the end traded the lead for a bit more slipstream, I would imagine. Just what were the sort of games going on, the tactics going on in that first hour of your stint for fuel saving and track position and all sorts? What was the thinking and the tactics throughout that first stint?
Well, it definitely was kind of different to the last race we did, because in the last race I just pushed flat out the first 6 laps of the stint, and now today, as you already mentioned it was more of a kind of a waiting game, and like seeing how the situation develops and looking what the others are doing. So yeah, I tried to escape in the beginning, but didn't make that this time, because obviously the slipstream is quite huge on this track. And then afterwards, as you mentioned, I was just trying to get someone in front of me so I can benefit from his slipstream and save a bit of fuel. And yeah, now it's kind of interesting. I think some guys did 7 laps, we did 6 laps, and let's see how everything unfolds. And yeah, but we end up in the end.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, what's the difference in terms of strategy for you guys doing 6 and them doing 7? Is there any benefit for them carrying on another lap? Could you have gone another lap if you wanted to, or are you going to run out of fuel?
We could have done another lap as well, but we decided already before the race that we don't want to do this for some strategic reasons. So yeah, it's definitely doable, especially in the beginning, in the first stint, with all of the slipstreams, especially because there were like 6 cars in like 2 seconds or whatever. So it's kind of easy to do 7 laps in the first stint, but obviously it gets harder in stint 2, 3, because obviously the trains, like they get a bit bigger. Like the distance between the cars a bit more than in stint 1. So yeah, there's definitely some reasons why we did 6 laps, and we obviously hope that this is the right call. But we will see probably in like 2 hours where we end up. But right now, I think we look fine. Yeah, let's see what happens.
You've still managed to stay with Grid and Go, I guess, out of the pit stops, and Dory Sports and BS Competition haven't been able to do that, so I guess that is an early success. Just tell us a little bit about how the season has gone for you guys so far. I mean, you are the series leaders, but I mean, it's an unbelievably close championship. You're involved in the I would say, probably the biggest championship fight of the 4 classes, which I guess is, since you're driving in it, just good luck for you lot. But how have you found it so far? What is it like to be involved in a fight that is so competitive this season in SP10?
Yeah, it's definitely it's just a lot of fun to simply just drive like the races in a championship. Obviously last year we chose the Aston, which we weren't too happy about during the season. Now this season we switched to the Beamer and are pretty much kind of the only Beamer at the front so far. I think BS and Guanda, who took part in the last race, they struggled a bit, but we, I think, did quite well. I was a bit surprised about the pole position today, because in quali normally the AMG had they were a bit better than us in quali, to be honest. But today I think I managed just like the whole situation quite good in quali, and got a lot of slipstream for both AMGs actually, which was quite good, at least for us. But yeah, overall, as you already mentioned, the championship is super close with Simmer 3, us, and Apex. I think we're trading wins and podiums just under of the 3. And obviously, we hope to come out at the top at the end of the season. But it's going to be very hard, very close. One thing I would like to mention is definitely that it's like a very fair championship so far. So like, no weird crashes or any weird penalties or whatever. It's just like good driving, good behavior on and off track, which just makes like everything a lot better. And yeah, it's just a pleasure to be here, to drive this track, this class, and so on.
Absolutely, it's a lot of fun to watch as well. Well, Lucas, thanks for coming to have a chat with us. It's much appreciated. Good luck for your stint later on. I know you're going to be driving again, so good luck for that, and hopefully we'll see you up towards the front a bit later.
Yeah, thank you very much, and enjoy the show.
Thanks very much. Lucas Muller there from the Falcon Sim Racing team in SP10, joining us just an hour or so into this race. It's round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for 2024-25. Sophia Noleri and Sumal Arora with you for this Ravenol 3-hour race. And such a great thing to get insight from the drivers actually down there on the circuit, actually doing the driving themselves. In the race itself, they have just come out behind Apex and SimRC from the pictures I am seeing by a few seconds at the moment. So those 2 Mercedes that carried on, you will have seen in your pictures a few moments ago, got out ahead, and they are a second or so ahead of Grid and Go and Falcon, who are still together. And BS Competition and Dory Sports Academy are a few seconds adrift from that front group. To varying degrees, they're a few seconds away. That is the race situation at the moment in SP10.
Yeah, so interesting to see Apex Racing cycling out ahead. Yes, they had a slightly shorter stop. Them and SimRC have only stopped for around 39 seconds, while the others have done 40 or 41. And remember, that pack, before they actually went going, only had a second separating 4 to 5 cars. So that's where the difference has come around. And of course, ultimately, this means that they will have to save a little bit more in this middle stint, which is what the Apex Racing team and SimRC are banking on for this part of the race. So status quo as it is, we still have the top 4 very, very close by. There is a small gap between the top 4 and then the Dory Sports Academy, who are 2 seconds behind. But BS Competition, man, they have suffered quite a fair bit, because they had a similar stop lane to everyone, but a longer lane time. They've actually lost a lot of time. They're, I think, 6 seconds behind Dory Sports. So it's crazy to see what's happened here then.
Absolutely, yeah. It is remarkable. We will go through a full run through of the standings at some point in the next hour, by the way, just so you can see where everybody is, top to bottom. But as far as the categories in some cases goes, they are pretty much unchanged from what we saw earlier on, especially in Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Not much has changed because the pit stops haven't happened. These are the drivers coming towards the end of their stint now, though. Surely in a moment we will have a better view on this, but the Goanda Esports car, of course, came into pit lane 118. They are still 7th. That was only for a drive-through penalty, it's worth noting. So they have dropped away from this front group because of that, not because of a pit stop. And now it looks like the Lohnfritzen car is dropping off the back, and the Nitro Falcon Cup car is coming through, and is through on the Scherer Esport car. So after gobbling up all the slipstream and the fuel-saving benefits for the last hour and 5 minutes, they've finally taken the lead just before they all come in to make a pit stop.
And this is interesting. There's no real advantage to do so per se, apart from just a little bit of confidence that, hey, we led coming into the pit stops at the first stint. But now is the moment of truth. How long are they going to stop for? Is there going to be any variation in strategies between all the other cars over here? Remember, 8 laps is what they've done now. The next stint is going to be interesting. Some teams might end up going slightly shorter. They might have some slightly less fuel in the car, and that is where we might see some variations, and that is where we see this race really go on top of its head, which is where the job for us becomes even harder for us as commentators, but we really relish that aspect of it. We will find out who's come out where in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy in a matter of a couple of seconds, but as it stands, a lot of the cars are still not done with their pit stops. They're actually going slightly long, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
34 or 35 odd second stops for most of them.
It depends, I guess, how long they're, how many tyres each takes, but the top 3 have effectively done the same thing. So yeah. Nitro Falcon are out ahead of a Lohnfritzen, who had a 1 second shorter pit stop just to get themselves back involved in the battle, and Scherer are 3rd. So they are in the same positions as they were before. It's as you were for the front 3. This is the Marler Racing Team. We haven't... Oh, that's quite awkward. Getting right in front of the Apex Racing Team leading. There's the flash of the lights. Please get on with it, SB9. And Phil Denez eventually does. They had a shorter pit stop in 2nd place, did the Marler Racing Team, so that's why they're ahead of M&J Downforce. Slightly shorter, not as short though as Norby Kirsch. Only 12 seconds in the box, and he'll be coming in at the end of this lap as a result.
Yup, exactly. And this is something that, I mean, that really opens up the battle for 2nd place, because as it stands, Marler, with their slightly shorter pit stop, have now jumped a couple of positions. We are also seeing M&J Downforce up in the mix, and they're just so close behind in SP9s. And even Williams Esports, in fact, are closing up. They're only 8 seconds behind the M&J Downforce car, and their pace can be quite fast if they wanted to. So things are changing, and we might just have a battle for 2nd place in SP9s, but in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, we already are seeing quite a fair bit of fighting going on. And it's funny how just one small move can change the complexion of one driver's race, because Scherer Esports, right, 116, I think a couple of minutes ago they were 1st, then they got passed by the Team Nitro X Falcon as they were heading in the pit lane. And now, because the Lohnfritzen have also taken a slightly shorter stop, that means that they have now cycled back down to 3rd, which means that for this stint, yes, they theoretically have an advantage and can do a bit of fuel saving. But if anything comes by, if lap traffic like this comes by, they're in a very tough spot and suddenly have to do all the hard work all over again. And their raw natural pace may not just help them out if there's so much volatility going on. So tough times to be Scherer Esports given how much is going on track, and even tougher time to be a Nürburgring Esports driver as Gregor Kinski faces an SP10 car in front of him in his quest to fight for P7 right now.
This is a bit of a traffic jam going into the carousel. SP9 comes through on SP10 for the first time, and the number 11 M&J Downforce car is going to be caught up behind through here, although the speed difference is not actually that large, so they'll get away with that. Through here, the 2nd of the Ford Mustangs from M&J Downforce, number 11. Number 22 is the one running up towards the front. They've both managed top 7 results so far this season. Number 22 managed 6th 2 weeks ago. Number 11 managed 7th in round one, but it was only a point for finishing that they've got otherwise than that. And by the way, to earn that point for finishing, you need to do 18 laps. So far, we're only on lap 9. We've got a very long way to go to get classified. 75% of your class winners' laps is what you need to finish. So I think it's 18 for SB9 and Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Maybe 17 or so for SB10 and about 15 for SB3 because they get lapped quite a few times. So only 15 required, but even so, it does take them quite a long time. Now then, these are the front three in the Porsche class. We haven't seen them for a while, but the only bit of interest here really is that the Lohnfritzen car had a 1 second shorter pit stop just so that they get back into the slipstream again, which they just lost on that last lap of the first stint. They're now back involved again. I'd imagine this stint is going to be dedicated to fuel saving that second back again, I would thought.
Yeah, exactly, which is where being second is a good thing to do. Is a good thing to do, right? You can just sit back, relax, wait in the slipstream, be at the Dottinger Hill, lift off a little bit when you can, and make sure that you cover up that 1 second that you shaved off in the pit lane. But it's not also the easiest thing to do when you have a car like the Scherer Esports 116 behind you. And you're not quite sure of what their intentions are, because this car has won both the races that we've had so far in the season and is evidently the one with the chip on their shoulder. Which means that now they're in third place, now that they are finally in a position where they are the ones chasing, we're not too sure how they'll take it. Will they want to stay back? Will they want to get back to where they really like to be, which is P1? And if so, when do they make that move? Do they make it in this stint or the next one? Because sometimes drivers don't want to leave it too late in the race to sort of make that crucial move. Sometimes they want to do it in the middle of the second stint so that they can just get a guarantee of what they already have and take that first position for themselves. So not really the most comfortable position for Lohnfritzen Racing, but one where they can benefit for temporarily in the short run. Let's see how this one plays out eventually, but we are seeing the pace being ramped up and we are seeing these three break away from the others in their pack, because Apex Racing team are now 8 seconds behind, whereas before the pit stop they were just right by them. So fun to see how things have changed now.
Yeah, they weren't very far behind. If they want to stay involved in the championship, really, they need to finish ahead today. In fact, they absolutely have to finish ahead today. Other drive-through penalties have come through by the looks of things. Another couple of investigations. The Austrian sim racers car has got a drive-through for unsportsmanlike conduct, protested by the Smilia Esports Entropy SB3 car that is still running second, but is 7 seconds behind the lead. And the Holder Motorsport car has got a penalty for pushing another driver off circuit. That's a 10-second time penalty. And the team they pushed off was the Austrian sim racers car. So that is the penalty dished out there. A good afternoon, by the way, to everyone who's watching along, including the people asking if we're real. We are indeed. As is Lucas Muller. I know he's real because I've met him. So he exists. Anyway, he'll be getting back into again later. This is the SB10 car he'll be getting back into as well. The top four seemingly back together again, although the SB9s are doing their best to split them apart. It's Apex Racing Team leading by a second and a half. Stimolsi have been caught now by Grid and Go and Falcon, who are flashing the lights at that Porsche now. And so these SB10s effectively are slipstreaming off of one another. I'd imagine they're going to start working together to try and catch the Apex Racing Team as well.
Yup, exactly. SB10s, this is where things have been really interesting. Most of the cars have been with each other for the vast majority of this race so far, but we did see some variations in strategy over there. And yes, the AMG Team Apex Racing car is ahead, and yes, they stopped one lap later, but then some volatility. And the others are catching up actually pretty quickly, because Grid and Go are now only 1 second behind Sim RC. Falcon Sim Racing have broken off a bit. They're 2 seconds behind Grid and Go. And Digital Esports Academy are in a totally different league altogether, because they have now lost 3 seconds to Falcon and a further 5 seconds to Grid and Go. So lots of volatility in SP10s who largely were with each other. And there's a bit of contact, isn't there, between the two of them?
It's very close. I was very concerned for everybody's safety there in towards Schwedenkreuz. He's got it done though. That's Nürburgring Esports and Gregor Chinsky moving up ahead of the RC Car Shop Esports Mustang driven by Marcus Fischer. There's a bit of weaving around. I don't know what that's all about. But anyway, Marcus Fischer's in the rearview mirror. Robin Stajcek is the one just a bit further behind as well. That is another one of the Clios just up ahead of us here, leaving a bit of room on the inside. And that Clio's got a bit of front left damage there on the inside for whatever reason. So I'm not sure why they picked that up, but anyway, they're just staying out the way. And there's the Robin Stajcek driven number 11 car just in the background. So, and then there is the number 49. Look how much a drive-through penalty affects you in this series. The Apex Racing team down in 10th place at the moment, desperately needing a better result than that.
Yeah, it is just so heartbreaking. It is so heartbreaking when you get a drive-through penalty, especially when you know there's so much pace in your car. And that's what the Apex Racing team is facing. But the battles are getting even more exciting at the top, though. This is interesting. Frozen Speed Grid and Go. Now, cutting over. They're going to the outside line. They badly want P6 from the Shera Esports 117 car. Seems like they've got their front bumper slightly ahead as they go into turn number 1, but it's going to be a long route around the outside. Shera have the inside line. They're forced to Frozen Speed cut to the outside. Now the cutback will work in their favor, and now the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car will get up into P6. The position is theirs for the taking. And at last, they've managed to get past the Shera Esports car with composure. P6 is secured.
That's the pole sitter moving back up again. I'm afraid they've not been in the top 3 all day, which is bizarre, or not at least in normal racing anyway, for Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. They did run a lap, no, they did go the same lap, sorry, as the others. So yeah, they've not been running up towards where they qualified at all today. It immediately backfired for them on the start of the race, which is why they're now down in 6th position. Meanwhile, this is back in SB9. They'd passed some more GT4s. One of the Nürburgring Esports cars holding off a couple of Mustangs again on the inside of Door Esports Academy there. We're still running in 4th place. Fairly long stop, by the way, going on for Impulse Racing all of a sudden. In fact, they've dropped back to pit lane of Impulse Racing. I don't know what's happened to them, though, that has sent them towing back to pit lane. They've had to take the tow, I think.
Oh, that's so sad. They could have had their first podium of the entire season. Oh my word, that is a big disappointment. And it's especially sadder because we see only a handful of teams actually get to that podium over the course of the entire season. We've seen BS Competition there, of course. We have seen Williams close by, Apex too, but just having Impulse, who've largely been in the mid-pack all the way this season, have a golden opportunity with most of the teams having a tough race, and then this tow back to the pit lane. It's really heartbreaking because this could have been their best race of the season and a good way for them to enter the conversation too of having a really big finish. But I suppose it all ends in a very sad note halfway through the race for them. Such a shame.
Well, let's see if they're actually out or whether they're just having a long stop, but it isn't looking good for them, I'm afraid, down at the back of the field now. To be honest with you, I'm amazed we haven't seen more incidents like that this season where people have crashed and had to tow back to pit lane and end their day. You know, we didn't see any last time at the round number 2. We saw almost everybody get to the finish, which is pretty unbelievable, really, when you consider the circuit we are driving at. Here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, over the top of the hill. Oh, there's the contact!
Oh.
Nürburgring Esports end up in the wall after side-to-side contact with Grid and Go in the SB10. That is a big accident down here just before the Stefan Baloff S. At real high speed, huge high speed there. Just the... was it the slightest bit of contact or was it a mistake over the curb? I'm not sure, but it's disastrous consequences for the Nürburgring Esports car of Gregor Kinski.
You know you're going to get clipped for that, aren't you?
Yeah, I know.
You definitely are. Just a second after we were talking about cars being very clean in this race, we have a major incident for the Nürburgring Esports team. I was about to say we have some really good drivers, which is why we don't get to see so much contact. But then again, let's not forget, this is the Nürburgring. This is the green hell. And when traffic comes calling, there's only so much you can do about it. And that's the Nürburgring Esports team in the SP9 category, properly getting a whack to the front. as a result of that small moment they had. It just takes something so small, something so minor to have such a big impact on your race. But we'll focus on that later, because M&J Downforce 1, the number 11 car, is actually making a move on the RC Car Shop Esports team for P6 in the SP9 class, and this is where some moves can be made. Two Mustangs fighting against each other. It is phenomenal to see both these cars go side by side. Soon they will, hopefully, when we see the MJ Downforce car, hopefully pull over to some side. It is the inside line that's going to be the line of choice for them. And in they go. Now, RC Car Shop, they have the preferred outside line. They have some advantage, but they go far too wide. This could be a tough thing for them to hold on to the position, but they do so very cleanly. And the Mustangs nearly make contact as the battle now progresses out of the arena and into the second part of the GP circuit.
It's a good look towards turn 3 there for stride check, but he couldn't do it. Now another good exit out of turn 4 into 5. Again, he's on the inside here of Marcus Fischer, but again, he backs out of it in this fight for 6th. Just behind Felix Kronberg, by the way. Didn't talk about it at the time, but he has pitted in, and he is the new driver. Battle continues. Stride check again on the outside. Can't do it. Again looking. Again can't do it. Now then, let's have a look what happened. Was it the curb? Was it the contact? It was the curb for Kinski. You just can't get yourself and your left side tyres over that curb on the inside. Otherwise, you will have an accident, and I'm afraid that's exactly what happened there to the Mercedes.
Yeah, just a small bit of misjudgment, and there's not enough room for two cars at so many places at this circuit. You've got to be so predictable, and at times it's the slightest bit of movements that can get things to go really sideways. Well, meanwhile, there is an SP3 Clio that's currently being passed by both of these cars that are fighting for P6 in the SP9s. Of course, RC Car Shop's currently up ahead and M&J Downforce behind them. But again, traffic, everyone's got to be so careful. You're executing your race so well, right? You're managing strategy, you're managing your drivers, you're managing pit stops and fuel, you're managing your pace as well, you're managing the gaps in the train. You're hoping that everything's going to go right, everything's going to go your way. But you never know when a lap car can come and make one small movement, or perhaps you can make a small misjudgment that can end up compromising two races in 1 second. Well, what can we say about that? Speaking of lap cars, speaking of slow machines, SP3s, watch out for them. I think they're going to be in their pit window very, very shortly. I think, yeah, most of them have made their pit stops. Only Wolf Motorsport are left. I suppose they should be boxing anytime soon too. 3 pit stops for them. What's happening there, though? They had 1 penalty, I remember.
There's definitely been some double stops happening here and some penalties happening down at the back. I think actually they've done their stops all down in SP3 actually, and they're all separated out now. It's looking like another good day for Scherer, but as long as Smilia finished second, then the championship will be alive going into the final round in 3 weeks' time, and we'll be live again for DNLS 4. Hope you can join us, same time, same place as to where you found us here this afternoon. We go back to Frozen Speed by Grin & Go versus Scherer Esport. This is the battle for 6th place in the race. Scherer with a full head of steam. Move to the right-hand side. Completely opposite side of the road to the pole sitters, who now do tuck in to the slipstream. But they lose out on 6th place. It's been a very difficult day indeed for the pole sitters after getting that fastest lap in qualifying. They've not really been able to replicate it afterwards, leaving the Scherer Esport 116 to battle this win out with the other two, Team Nitro, Vulcan and Alone for Some Racing, and potentially put themselves into a championship winning position as well, with the 11-point advantage they held even before today.
Yep, it's going to be all plain sailing if it stays as it is for them. But their teammates, well, they're fighting for pride. They're fighting for the Scherer Esports name. And the Frozen Speed Grid & Go team, yeah, they've been in the same place for the last couple of laps and haven't been able to get past that 117. There is still time. It's a long, long race. But ideally, if you can see clearly in front of you, you want to make sure you get to it as soon as you possibly can. And nothing doing so far for the Frozen Speed Grid & Go car that's behind. Gotta wait for this one though. No real passing opportunities after this one now, and The long road back to the Nordschleife begins for them, where they'll then have to hope for something even better later on. But yeah, fair and square as it stands in this one.
In the AM part of the standings here, by the way, Team Sorg Rennsport are leading the way for Porsche Shreveport Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. SOS Team Sorg Rennsport, they've got just 6.5 seconds over Avia WNSE Motorsport at the moment. That's how we stand in the AM part of our class. Split up for 2024-25 season. It's our second fastest of the offerings. And at the moment, Team Sorg Rennsport are heading that field 10th overall. Now then, back to SB9. RC Car Shop Esports and the MJ Downforce have been the only battle in SB9 for the moment because the strategies are all working themselves out. They are being caught, though, by Maxence Godino in the Apex 49 car, which absolutely does need to get past them both as well, ideally, to stay involved in the championship fight, as they'll certainly want to by the end of the day. But so far, they've not really been able to do very much catching. Last lap, they did an 8:03.0, which is actually a second slower than Robin Tricek in the M&J Downforce Mustang, so it's not as easy as it looks. Meanwhile, this has happened to Falcon Sim Racing.
Oh no!
Oh, wow, and that's what happened to Impulse as well. That's where Impulse had to pit in too. The Falcon Sim Racing team forced slightly wide by BS Competition, I think that was, down the inside, up onto the curb. Benedict hits into the wall, and Impulse came through to collect them.
So that's essentially two leading cars across two different categories taken out by the same incident. Because Impulse were fighting for a podium there, and of course, the Falcon Sim Racing team were fighting for the win in the SP10 class, and it's all gone all the way up in the air for them. I mean, they're basically down in P10, and there seems to be no chance they can get back and fight for a win with an hour and a half left in this race. Wow. And you know what? This will also be quite a whack in the championship for them, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were
Huge in the
leading coming
championship.
into this round. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely huge, considering their closest two rivals are here, 1 and 2. So,
Wow.
DMRC and Apex are going to take big points over Falcon, who we're going to presume are going to score just 1. If they do 75% of the race, they'll score just 1. That'll put them on 24 points by the end of the day. If either of these two win, they'll be on 37 or 36 points. So they'll still be involved in the championship fight, Falcon, but only mathematically and not particularly realistically. They'd need these two to both finish well outside the top 5 in the race in 3 weeks' time, if that is indeed to all happen. Meanwhile, M&J Downforce and Marla Racing Team are in for SB9. Williams Esports return to the lead now for the first time since their drive-through penalty.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm going to still shift the focus back to SP10s, because then this battle becomes even more important between SimRC and AMG Team Apex Racing. Essentially, this is the fight for the championship. Falcon Sim Racing are out of it. They have had their crash there right at the back, which means they're not going to be competing for the title the next time we go racing in DNLS 4 3 weeks from now. The two teams that are going to be in the fight are the two teams that are on your screen right now. Well, they were at least a couple of seconds ago. SimRC and the AMG Team Apex Racing. Whoever finishes on top between them has the upper hand going into the final round. And essentially, that gives them a big advantage. Remember, P1 gets 15 points, P2 gets 11. So one position can give you a 4-point advantage heading into the final round of the race, and you do not know what could happen in the final round. For all you know, there could be crashes, there could be bad strategies, there could be penalties, anything could go wrong. So that 4-point margin is going to be so important, which is where SimRC will take any ideas of fuel saving and sitting behind and take them and throw them out in the bin. Now they desperately need to get past the AMG Team Apex Racing, because it's no longer a 3-way fight for the championship, it's a 2-way fight, and their biggest rivals are just 0.4 of a second ahead of them. This is where the going gets really exciting. The championship could well be settled in some part here. This is going to be a big day.
Yeah, absolutely huge. that certainly is I wouldn't say it's the fight for absolutely the championship right now, but it's certainly the fight for the championship lead at the end of the day. Whoever wins there, if it is those two fighting out for the win, will be the championship leader. That is how important that is. Meanwhile, side by side down in towards turn 1 in SB9, Hubs Racing Team ahead of Pole Promotion Esports, and that is David Boschke getting through, the former Simified driver, now driving for Grid & Go, ahead of Pole Promotion Esports, and Konstantin Scharf, who's down to 14th place. This is quite a long way down in the field. M&J Downforce number 11's actually got ahead of these two after making their second stop of the day. They joined their teammates and Marler Racing Team in the pit lane that lap around. Ryan Bonneville got out just ahead of the Apex Racing Team that time around. And as I said, Williams Esports are now race leaders. There is Apex versus SimRC again. As I say, whoever wins that race out of these two will be the championship leader at the end of the day. And if Apex take the win ahead of SimRC, then the gap would be just 3 points, which means a winner-takes-all situation between the two of them in 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to take anything to chance for the last race, which means you want to control your destiny as much as possible, which is why P1 is vital for both these teams. And the intensity might have been on 8 before this. Now the intensity has to be on 11 for all of them, because that 4-point advantage is going to be so crucial. And I mean, the next time we go racing in 3 weeks, SP10 is not going to be as simple, because we're not going to have Falcon eliminated by a car just randomly. We're also not going to have BS Competition have, unfortunately, some issues in the pit lane that cost them 6 seconds. We're also probably not going to have Blur Esports Academy have a slightly slow pit stop and then then losing so much of time as well. So we still really have 6 good cars fighting for the win, out of which 3 of them have been eliminated just through sheer bad luck. So now we're down to 2, but next week that's not going to be the case. Everything that can go wrong has gone wrong for the Falcon Sim Racing team. But in the meantime, we are seeing the Frozen Speedbike Grid & Go car get ahead of that Scherer Esports 117 at long last at the Dottinger here. And this battle that was going on for the last 3 laps has finally come to an end. Frozen Speed up at the advantage, and now it's time for Scherer to save some fuel.
Although, having said that, it is, yes, but having said that, they haven't looked like saving fuel very much so far in this battle, I've got to say. Maybe they will decide to now. We'll see. Down towards turn 1, they'll stay like this. Out of the pit lane there comes, it would look like a Falcon-looking car, that one. Coming out of pit lane. Not sure where that would have quite come from. It wasn't the Falcon Sim Racing team who down in SB10. Must have been their SB9, I suppose. But I don't see them anywhere near pit lane either, so I don't know really what was going on there. Maybe we'll get a view in a moment here in the background of one of these shots. Nope, not quite. Can't quite see. But anyway, just less than an hour and a half still to go in round number 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie in season 24-25. And it's Williams Esports leading the race currently. Marler versus Apex is a battle for 5th place. Maybe you would have expected at the start of the season, but certainly not in the situation that we're seeing at the moment. Marler have made their penultimate stop. Apex still waiting to make theirs. And I reckon we'll be doing so at the end of this lap. But both of them having had trouble so far today, especially the Apex Racing team, who desperately needed to gain some of these positions back again.
Yeah, exactly. It's not been a good race so far for either of them. Marler, yes, gaining a little bit, and AMG Team Apex Racing, it all got a bit tricky at the very beginning for them. And ideally, you'd like to see them fighting all the way up at the top, fighting for the championship. But it's all gone slightly south for them, and as a result, P6 for them right now. It's going to be tough for them to challenge for the championship as it stands, with BS Competition having such a clear and firm advantage at the very top. But eventually, for AMG Team Apex Racing, it's about trying to salvage a podium from this, which I'd say is actually quite possible, you know, because we have them locked in a fight with Marler and M&J Downforce, who have now lost 4 seconds and are currently in 7th, who we feel effectively will come out in what, P4-ish? We're not sure of whether Williams esports team will cycle out. So there is a real possibility that the MG team Apex Racing could get on the podium. Just need a really good stint, and then we'll also figure out where the Mercedes AMG esports team Williams team are at the end of this.
Yeah, it's hard to predict at the moment, really. I mean, so many of these teams have got so different levels of fuel still to put in this race and all sorts.
Yeah.
It's very hard to know where everyone's going to be at the end so far. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, we've still got the same front three, and they're still sort of at the same pace as well. Alopras and Racing just don't quite have the speed of these two at the front, not quite there. So while they came out in second, they're no longer there, and so they are out of the slipstream now and probably out the running for the race win here, to be honest. Car 115, meanwhile, has got a drive-through penalty by the looks of that, forward check by dummy MS. Not sure whether I already mentioned that, but anyway, they are having a very long stop right now anyway, and are down at the back. That is Mark Bowser, though, for Team Nitro Falcon, just in behind Share Esport, and I think this is one of the best showings from another team challenging Scherer we've seen all season, really. We've seen their teammates pretty close on a couple of occasions. Presently by Grid and Go came second 2 weeks ago, but I'm not sure we've seen a team quite challenging Scherer quite like this deep into the race yet this season.
No, definitely not. They've been running away with most of it. And Team Nitro X Falcon have been thereabouts. They've been fast, they've shown potential, but not really as much. And it's great to see them also in the mix, right? Because they've had a couple of tough results. This time having a good qualifying and also putting themselves right in the mix. They have a genuine shot for the win as it stands. And I like this because the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy is a category where normally you can get to see lots of good racing, but it's just that Scherer 116 car has been just so good and they've been untouchable. And it's great to see that in the third race of the season at last, there are some teams putting some pressure on them. And I like that to happen. I'm kind of rooting for Team Nitro X Falcon this time because I want to see something different. I want to see a good fight. It doesn't matter who the winner is, so long as you get to see a really good fight at the very end. And that's what we're expecting for this to go on till the very end. I think we'll find out what happens after the final stop, which is where some bit of variation in this category can also come in. But for now, it's going pretty good. I think we're in a very good space.
Yeah, it is looking good. Second place in SB9 is a battle that has just re-emerged now as well here. The Marla Racing team have already made their penultimate stop. We're still waiting for Apex and RC Car Shop Esports to do theirs, and I thought they'd have to do it last lap, actually. They've carried on, though, for a 6th lap. So, battle for second will carry on. And Apex and RC Car Shop Esports will continue to benefit from drafting off the back of the Marla Racing team car. There is Maxence Godino for Apex in the team t-shirts, as always. Right, currently running in third place, down on towards the Hatzenbach on the brakes. This left and then the right. And then up over the curves. Some of the curves, the only curves you can actually use are through here, through the Hatzenbach. And now in towards the right-hander at Hoheneichen before the run down the hill over a bridge and then up towards Flugplatz. I'm not expecting to see any sort of battle actually between these two teams on this lap actually. Just Apex staying behind, right, maybe until the back straight where they might try and go through, because surely this time they'll have to come in. They only put 31 seconds of fuel in. I thought that would have been only good enough for 5 laps. Surely 6 is the absolute maximum.
Yeah, and which is where we'll find out how much fuel saving they eventually get to. Is there a real urgency from the Apex Racing team to try and get that position from Marla? Yes, they are fighting for position. Yes, they are on some very, very different fuel strategies, with Apex coming towards the end and Marla right at the very beginning of their run with this. We'll figure out as the laps go on about how much hunger the Apex Racing team has to actually pass that Marla car. And I'm very impressed with how Marla's actually managed their race, you know. currently in second place. Yes, there are other cars catching up, and the Williams Esports team would be their most direct competitor, having just stopped in this lap and having cycled down P5 in the SP9 class. But we should wait and see how eventually things pan out. And as it stands, Mahler, given where they were at the back of that fight for P2 with Impulse and also the Apex Racing team, and I think MNJ Downforce were also in the mix, to see them in second place on merit is actually very refreshing. I think they've managed their race very well. So that first thing from Vildeneuve ended up doing wonders, and now Ryan Barnewell behind the wheel has the opportunity to carry on what Vildeneuve was doing and take it to the very end and get a good result for this team. A podium does seem possible at the moment.
I think so. I think BS Competition are starting to run away with this race at the moment, but the other positions certainly are up for grabs. We'll keep you updated on what it all means for the championship picture in all the classes. Now, this lead battle in Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring may look exactly the same as when we last left it. Easy for me to say, but Mark Balzer actually did get through on Rafael Renhofer on the last lap at some stage, but he's been repassed again, clearly. And Renhofer leads all over again. Clearly there's less inclination by the Scherer Porsche Cup team to actually sit in behind and slipstream compared to a lot of the other teams who are almost unwilling. As we were speaking to Lucas Muller from Falcon Sim Racing SP10 earlier, he was trying to find ways to not be in the lead earlier. Scherer seemed to desperately want to lead all the time.
Yeah, exactly. They just don't want to let go of control in that category. And they have gotten that in their bag. Team Nitro X Falcon will keep on following them, but just look at how quickly they're getting along. They really want to break that gap now. And with only 1 hour and 18 minutes left in this race, with time quickly going on, and with these drivers now halfway through their stints, I'd say now is the time to get going. Now is the time to break that gap, and now is the time to sort of push on and see how much of an advantage you can build up over your rivals for Scherer Esports 116. If they win this, they are champions now, aren't they? If they stay where they are, I think they are officially done and dusted with this. So an extra bit of advantage for Scherer Esports 116 to keep on going with their stride and to try and get even more time on the Team Nitro X Falcon car.
Here's the Williams car. Had recently got back into the lead again. Brugo, Mahler and Apex. Then comes MJ Downforce versus Williams. And this has been a good recovery from Sami Matitrogan, I've got to say. He is only one stop away from the finish. And at the moment, 12 points behind BS Competition. Now, again, they do need BS Competition to not win this race, which at the moment is looking a little bit unlikely, but they're doing all they can here, are Williams, to stay involved in the championship fight. They're doing their part, and they've just got to now hope for something to go wrong up ahead. They've recovered, though, as I say, really well from that drive-through penalty, and that curse that is seeming to come with getting pole position this season.
Actually face a very at the start of this race. It's a tough thing to sort of swallow for any pole sitter, given that you feel that you're going to have an advantage, and then eventually it all gets taken out by small and, dare I say, silly errors here and there. Now on the back of the RC Car Shop Esports machine, they could well be getting P4 on merit by themselves, and their pace has actually been quite good. You know, they've been doing 57s all along. It's very nice and very consistent. They have been gaining quite a few positions, and then again, we'll have to summon the old Murray Walker court, right? It's one thing to catch up to a car, and it's a totally different thing to pass him. And that is what Sami Matitrogan is now going to face. I suppose, given the pace and given the advantage he's had, and the kind of momentum he's on, and also the fresher rubber that he will be on after having a pit stop just a lap ago, I would expect Sami Matitrogan to get past any moment now. But then, can he catch up to the Apex Racing car? Can he catch up to the Mahler cars? That is what we shall find out. Now then, using the slipstream and the draft and the Dottinger herd to go side by side. This, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is the battle for P4 in the SP9 category. Williams getting back up to speed and getting back up to position, but there's even more fighting going on up ahead because the Apex Racing team are under pressure from the Mahler car, and in the background, Williams have sealed P4. They are now in that fight for the podium, well and truly in the mix.
They're going to be on the podium now because Apex are in, as is the RC Car Shop Esports Mustang. So it is BS Competition, followed by Mahler Racing Team, followed by Williams Esports. in the top 3. Then it's M&J Downforce, you can see in the Mustang. Then Line GP here in the background. That is not a car on the lead lap, I don't think. Or are they? Let's try and find that out in the next couple of moments. Oh no, Line GP are 5th, excuse me. They haven't stopped yet, that's why. And that's a great performance from them to be inside the top 5. Tino Hoser at the wheel of that one for the moment. So, really important pit stop coming up for Apex. They're the closest championship rivals to BS competition, and if BS win this race, they're the only realistic contenders who will be left. Where will they come out though? It's their penultimate pit stop. They do have a short one to come later because they're still having a long stop right now. So it's going to be a very short splash later. Another 32 seconds in the box for Maxence Godinho. Now down to 9th place in the field. They've got to finish a bit higher up than that, and no doubt they will get back ahead of Line GP, Harder Motorsport and Mulder Motorsport, but even then, that's only 6th place they'd get back to at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to recover for them at this moment. It'll need a big stint from Maxence Godinho to get back anywhere close to the podium places. I suppose a lot of the cars ahead of them will stop. Liberty Esports, Mulder Motorsports, Halder, Lion GP and M&J Downforce too. But the question is when? And looking at the timing screen, they do have a bit of clean air in front of them, which is a good thing for Maxence Godinho. Now is the time to get pushing, and now is the time to build up that advantage. And the next 13 odd minutes, I think that'll reveal a lot, because most of the cars ahead are on their 6th lap. We shall see most of them ideally stop on the next lap or two, which is where Maxence Godinho can gain a lot of time. But still, it's also topsy-turvy, right? Because we see at the top BS competition on their 4th lap, Mahler on the 2nd, Williams on their 1st, or on their actually no, BS on their 5th lap, Mahler on their 3rd, Williams on their 2nd lap, M&J Downforce on their 3rd lap, Lion GP on their 7th, same with Halder Motorsports, and then all the way back up Liberty Esports on their 2nd, and AMG Team Apex Racing on their 1st lap itself. It's such a variety of strategies in SP9, and it's so hard to decode exactly what's going on. And initially when I stepped into the DNLS, I thought, okay, 3-hour race, you can split it up into what? Three stints of 7 or 8 laps, very easy, nice and easy, right? Simple, 1 hour mark, stop each time. But that's not the way things go, and teams have so many options on how they can split their stops up, and we're all seeing them in action. It's so hard to tell who really is on the same strategy in this world of the race.
Yeah, it's a very good actually race distance at 3 hours. I think 4 hours, then all of a sudden it would start to be split up a little bit more evenly in SP9 for a nice 4-stop race. The Porsche Cup cars can go over an hour anyway, so they'd be fine. The SP10s would probably be a bit more comfortable as well. But yeah, I think 3 hours is a great distance, and as you say, it's so variable what these teams have to do, the hoops they have to jump through to get to the end of this race. I mean, I think the fact they're fuel limited slightly is an advantage as well. It depends on what car, but it's between 92 and 94% fuel that they're limited to. That means that they cannot go 8 laps. Well, in theory anyway, but we did see Jeff Giusti do that early on, so I'm not sure how he managed that. But anyway, if they could do 100% fuel, then they'd be doing 8 laps each time, and they would make it home on just 2 stops, and it would be a lot less exciting for the reasons that you say. This is the lead battle in Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. This is lap number 6 of their stint, but they can do 7 laps, so another couple of laps, then they'll be in for the final time, and we'll see if these two are still nose to tail. Then we really will have a race in our hands.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful love story, the 116 and the Team Nitro X Falcon, nicely tagging along with each other, going on a beautiful Saturday evening drive around the Nordschleife. And the Team Nitro X Falcon car must be tired to see the back of the Scherer Esports 116. Of course, it's something they're doing by choice, because it's a nice place to be in. There's no real rush, there's no real hurry to go out and burn out your tires and burn out too much fuel at this point in the race. But I suspect an hour from now, when we're down to the final 10 minutes, there will be some hostility between the two of them, and they won't be as friendly as they are right now at this part of the race. But still, good to see them tagging along, good to see two leaders close by to each other. And now, what we expected has indeed happened. The Scherer Esports SP3 car, driven by Mike Totosh at the moment, has pulled away ahead of the Spiller Esports X Entropy machine. And that's because the train broke. Simple as that. They must have had some variations in their strategy, and the lap cars did come and split them out on many occasions, as we saw. And the fact that the Scherer Esports car boxed 1 lap later gave them a bit of advantage, because then they got into clean air, and we know that the Scherer Esports car is faster on raw pace, which is why the Miller Esports entry machine is now behind, and they have 7.8 seconds to catch up. A long way. It's going to be tough, but then again, it's something that they can't lose hope on. Let's put it that way.
It's also worth remembering, actually, that the Ismaili Esports car was 5 seconds longer in the box than Scherer, so that contributed to quite a lot of the margin as well. But as you can see, that gap is more than 5 seconds, so it can't all be put down to that pit lane time. Third place is Adopt Don't Shop, as we just saw. Then it is Eifel Racing, you can see here on your screen, ahead of the stroke caution AC Mayen car. That is 5th place for them, and then a very big back gap down to Race Simzo. We're just outside the top 5 for the moment. Unfortunately, Ringfisser Sim Racing and Thomas Enger Sim Racing are out of the race, and have been since the opening laps of this race. Ringfisser Sim Racing only did 1 lap. Thomas Enger Sim Racing only did 3. Fortunately, though, everybody else is still in the race. That includes in all the other categories. Again, you know, I know the last time I said this, the Nürburgring Esports car nearly crashed and ended its race, but very impressive again, the low numbers of attrition that we've got. We said it 2 weeks ago, and it materialised with a very high finishing rate. And again, it looks like we're going to get that again with nearly 2 hours gone. Most of the cars still involved, and in 3 classes, all cars still going.
Which is lovely to see. The racing has largely been very, very clean. But where there has been action, the action has been very consequential, because we have seen the Impulse Racing Ferrari, who were on course for a podium as it stood at that point. They were, of course, involved in a major accident. And I suppose it was, wasn't it the GT4 Falcon Sim Racing guy? Yeah, it was. Yeah, both of them, they made contact. And 2 cars essentially were taken out from each of their battles for the win, which is a little bit of a shame. But yeah, that's the only real piece of contact that I can remember. But while there's been contact in other places, there's been hardly any for BS competition. They've been contact-free. And they had a little bit of controversy in the middle. They reported the Williams Esports team for a jump start. And that's the only bit of fighting that they've done all the way through the race, apart from the start. Because since then, since the Williams Esports team has gotten their penalty, there's been no touching BS competition, just like last time. What a performance it's been by Nobby Kish and Felix Wurmbach, with 21 seconds of an advantage with an hour and 7 minutes to go. They're not losing this. There's no chance. Unless something major happens and a lap car comes in and interferes, it's very unlikely. And you know what? At the top, normally when you've got that big of an advantage, you can tend to chill a little bit, you can tend to relax, you can maybe lift your foot off the throttle and relax a little bit and go easy. But they haven't done that, because the BS competition team are the only car in the SP9 category lapping in the 7-minute 53s, which to me is mind-blowing. They're actually pushing on in spite of having such a big lead.
Yeah, well, it's what's got them to that position, so they're going to keep going in the same way to keep it. Halder Motorsport and Muller Motorsport join Lion GP in pit lane, so 3 of the top 10 make their way in, and that puts an end to the battle for the 6th place we were seeing just there on your screen. Liberty Esport able to carry on. What a day they're having. They haven't managed to get in the top 7 yet. Looks like today may be the day for them, up to 5th. That puts Apex back up to 6th. Meanwhile, in SP10, Hoysigwalder leading the way, because we're middle of the pit stop cycle here as well. Team Apex Racing have been in just before Sim RC, well, at the same time as Sim RC, but they've come out ahead. Grid and Go are 3rd, pretty comfortably. So it looks like the Apex Racing team have got that small advantage. Still 1 stop to go there in what will become the battle for the race lead. However, it is the biggest advantage for any leader we've seen so far, certainly.
Yeah, exactly. Proper control there, and such a big margin for them to play with. Well, I find it interesting now that the SP10s are just so jumbled up. There's just so much happening in that whole pack. The Apex Racing team will now eventually then cycle up once the Hoisingwald and X-Racer cars will make their pit stops, I think in a couple of laps time. And then Sim RC are actually also, they're a decent bit behind. I think 2.2 2-point-some seconds behind the AMG Team Apex racing car. And then there's a big gap to the Grid and Go car, the number 118 V5, and the Nürburgring Esports machine behind them. So there's a big margin to play with. But I wouldn't say the battle between SimRC and Apex is still done. It's resting at the moment, and it will get back into the spicy end once these two pit stops will be done for hoisting well Team X Racer. But when that happens, expect a proper battle, because we've got Aaron Vasquez in the AMG Team Apex racing car, who normally is the king of comebacks. That's what he's been doing for the last couple of races in the SP10 category. And on the other hand, you've got Marvin Strel for SimRC, who's a driver who's been very firmly putting in some good results with Corentin Gunias in that number 182. So towards the end, Vasquez, Strel, AMG Apex versus SimRC, I think that's a battle I'm really excited to see in that final hour of the race.
It's going to be a very exciting final hour indeed, as it is here in Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Look at the gap just prizing open a little bit there. Gera versus Team Nitro Falcon. Just slightly. Not enough to break the slipstream, which is all important, but Raphael Renhopper just applying the hurt a little bit there. Down the straight in towards the final corners. They're not going to come in this time. It will be next time for them to make their final stop of the afternoon. But quarter of a second it is over the line. It was a lot more out of Gardenkopf. So very interesting to see what goes on between these two at the end towards turn one. And Balzer will stay behind. He's a lot less aggressive in this middle hour, I've got to say, than he was in the first. He was trying to make passes all over the place in the first hour, but no longer. He is just sat behind and waiting just for now with an hour and 3 to go. I'd say that's the sensible thing to do, but it could all be for nothing if Scherer finds some extra pit stop speed and come out more than a second in front. That could be the end of that battle. Meanwhile, battle for 7th between RC Carshop Esports and M&J Downforce. This is a legitimate battle. They've all made their second stop of the day, and this is in fact the only legitimate battle in the entirety of the SP9 field.
Yeah, all the other ones are just split up by strategy, and it's a lot of math that you need to do to understand where each of them are. But this one is pure. This one is a real battle for track position with barely any volatility in terms of the strategies. Yes, there is a bit, because M&J Downforce are, of course, slightly deeper in their stint. They've boxed in 2 laps after the RC Carshop Esports team, so they will eventually have some degree of volatility later on in the race. But for now, it's all equal. It's all even Stevens fighting for position, and they are going to be elevated a few more places as the cars ahead of them make their pit stop. So 2 Mustangs have been with each other for a big part of the race. Now, going wheel to wheel, it's going to be fun to watch what happens there. And I don't think we've ever seen 2 Mustangs go this close to each other throughout the entire season, even though we've had both of them on the grid for the entire season.
On board with the Mustang. Enjoy the sound just in the background. It's a wonderful noise. Now, will there be a move from Dennis Menz here? There he is on the top left of your screen. Wondering about whether there's going to be a move towards the McCurver this time round. That's through Kesselchen. Wipers just wiping away some of the dirt or whatever. Now some defence from RC Carshop Esports. He will move alongside. And were they trying to move out the way? It looks like Christian Stockel was trying to move out the way and let M&J Downforce through. Well, it's a good sign for Dennis Menz, because it certainly means he's quick. There's a flash of the lights there as well. Not sure what that's supposed to mean, but it looked to me like M&J Downforce were very much just let through there. So just an hour remains here in this race. Round 3 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. This is the Ravenol 3-hour race. Carousel again for Line GP, who went very long in their previous stint. They've not really used up any of their fuel advantage yet either, so they're going to rocket into the top 7 at the end here, I think, and could steal away some points from some drivers who are not expecting it. Certainly the top 5 is possible even for them. In fact, from 5th place right the way back to Line GP is only 35 seconds at the moment. It's pretty close. Again, we're seeing a situation in which the top 4 are quite a long way ahead of the rest, and the 5th on backwards is really quite close.
SP9s then, in the meantime, we're seeing Lions GP and Pole Promotion Esports duke it out for P10. And Pole Promotion, it's an interesting story what's happened to them in this entire season. They actually came in with the number 33 car with Alexei Rezov behind the wheel on that very first race, the DNLS 1 round that we had late on in 2024. Were on pole, got a penalty for a procedural issue, and eventually lost that. They weren't a part of the second race that we had a couple of weeks ago. But then now that they're back, they got another penalty. And this one was for coming into the server with the wrong number, because officially on iRacing, they're meant to have number 20. They're meant to have number 33, which is what you can see on their livery. But they've entered with number 27, which is why they get 3 penalty points. And Konstantin Schaaf looking incredibly focused on his battle, actually using earphones in the car, which is interesting, not headphones. But yeah, that penalty eventually puts them in a slightly tricky spot, because if they do any more sort of funny stuff, and if they get to 10 penalty points for the entire season, they could have some big implications coming their way. But so far, so good for them. Just got to make sure that they enter with the right number the next time, and they don't have any issues when they're on pole position. Let's see if they can actually get past the Lion GP car at the Nottingham.
You'd imagine he will have enough here, but let's see if he even wants to take this 10th place away. There's a real difference in pit strategy for these two teams at the moment. Pole Promotion Esports, I should say. They didn't get pole position, by the way, for round 1. So,
yeah, it's an easy name to get confused on, isn't it?
Yeah. Pole Promotion, are 11th. They're actually right towards the end of their stint. They'll be pitting at the end of the next lap, I think. And that'll be their final stop of the day. Lion GP are going to go a very long way, then splash very late on. A bit close to the wall there. But yeah, so the Mercedes got much lower fuel, but on a much different strategy. Now then, Dare Esport get past Adopt Don't Shop. Now then, is this legitimate? Not really. It's an actual position, of course, but Adopt Don't Shop haven't stopped yet, whereas Share Esport have made their final stop of the day.
And then we will see an artificial battle briefly, because Adopt Don't Shop are on a totally different strategy altogether, and eventually with time Share Esports ideally should make their way ahead and should have a bit of an advantage. They're in a different fight, remember. Share Esports SP3 are currently fighting with Smiller Esports Entropy. Smiller are in the lead, they have a 45-second advantage, but remember their pit stop is bound to come in some point in time. I think not too far off, as my timing screen just goes for a quick refresh. But yes, for Scherer, this is not their fight. They're ideally looking ahead, not looking behind. And for a Don't Shop, it's a good chance to see the leader, who they haven't really gotten a chance to see that much in this race. What is that?
Austrian sim racers. Oh, that's big contact at the mud curve there. Side by side, never worked through there. Well, almost never. And on that occasion, it didn't. Austrian sim racers into the outside wall at the hands of RB WNSE Motorsport. That was a battle for podium positions in the AM class of the Porsche Cups.
Wowee. There's a very fine line between bravery and stupidity. That almost crossed it. Like, you can't tell, it's so hard. I think we'll have to get a replay to understand what exactly went down. Maybe a case of the two cars just getting a bit too bold and a bit too brave at the bravery corner. And at the end of it all, there is contact. But yeah, a clean, largely clean race. There's more blots on it. And all of it is something that's very similar in nature. Cars going side by side, slight bit of movement, and there we go. Meanwhile, there is movement, there is activity. And the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, the Apex Racing team are moving ahead of the Alone Fritzen Racing team. This is for P3 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. And now Apex Racing can now look ahead and keep fighting in their battle to get even more points. Both of them are tied up against each other. They're 10 seconds behind the top two. And it seems like this battle between Alone Fritzen and Apex will go on for a long time.
Oh, well, sort of.
Into the pit lane as well.
They might come out together, to be fair. So they're on the same strategy. In fact, indeed, they should come out together. The leaders just ahead are in as well. So with 55 minutes to go, this is absolutely the race in Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Land. Some driver changes may be made. Mark Balzer's been in the whole time, so has Rafa Renhofer. So Simone Maria Marciano gets into the Alone Prison racing car. Luca Alper gets into the Share Esport car. Jonas van Druten gets into the Nitro Falcon Cup car. And Louis Belicki gets into the Apex Racing Team car. In fact, most of the Porsches are going to have driver changes here. I can't see very many of the drivers who didn't qualify actually in these cars, so it's going to be lots of driver changes for lots of teams. Croydon Speedway are going to go, and Scherer 117 are going to carry on for another lap. It should be new tyres for the new drivers as well, even though there is only an hour to go. Does anybody go for any shorter pit stop than the others here? Ticking up to 55 seconds now for Scherer Esport, and ticking up towards a minute. A few more carry on in the lane. Who's going to get out first here? It's going to be Scherer just ahead of Nitro Falcon Cup, but not much ahead after 1 minute pit stops. The pit stop's pretty uniform across the board actually. Apex Racing didn't get out ahead of Alone for some racing as well.
And Commander Esports are also making their pit stop. They're going to go slightly long. They're not really in this fight, but they are still in the pit lane too. So watch out for what happens next. Apex, Alone Fritzen, very close by, and the same can be said about Scherer and Team Nitro. 2 seconds more or less separating Scherer and the Alone Fritzen car. And now we shall see, right? Now we shall see how much, between Scherer and Team Nitro, that's the gap. And now we should see how much Team Nitro push, because there's no excuses at this stage. Final pit stops are over and done with. This is where you've got to go hammer and tongs. This is where you've got to go all out to get the win. Now, there might be a bit of saving, there might be a bit of staying back and waiting for the right moment. But eventually, you can't leave it too late, because we saw this in the AM category in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy last time out. If you leave it too late, there's a chance that it might end up getting a bit too hot to handle, and both of you might end up suffering. So I wonder if the Team Nitro X Falcon Cup car will raise the intensity at this moment, and maybe we might just see a proper fight for P1 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Effective P1, I say, because at the moment they're in P5 and P6.
Yeah, it's that strange stage in the race now where people aren't actually where they should be. But we'll get that sorted in the next 10 minutes or so. However, so Simone Maria Marciano gets at the wheel of the Alone Fritzen car, and Roland Alfredson finally hands over the car. This is SB9 leading BS competition, but it's Kronbach coming to the end of his 7th lap now this stint, and so it's going to be pit stop time for him. He leads currently by 23 seconds over the Marler Racing Team. And then Williams, who are in 3rd, but need BS competition to finish anywhere but 1st if they're going to stay in the championship fight. M&J Downforce are 4th, ahead of Liberty Esport. That's a very big gap in the field between 4th and 5th, and then some very small ones from 5th on backwards. Liberty Esport 5th ahead of the Apex Racing Team, followed by M&J Downforce, then Pole Promotion Esports in 8th position. Nightviz Line GP, Falcon Sim Racing Team have got their way back to 10th place. Great job for them so far, ahead of Nürburgring Esports 47. Harder Motorsport and Mulder Motorsport are battling for 12th as things stand, with Nitro Falcon, Haupt Racing Team, Nürburgring Esports, and then Impulse Racing 17th. And obviously Karship Esports, unfortunately, have been in for quite a long time now in their Mustang. So it's so far been a very good race for BS Competition, who now come in to make their final pit stop of the day.
And they've not got to worry about anything. They're very comfortably up in the lead, even though they will cycle back slightly lower down. And that's because the Marler Racing Team and the Williams team behind them are also due another pit stop. So that'll happen sometime later. For Marler, maybe 2 or 3 laps. For Williams, could be 4 or could be 3 or 4. So we should wait and see on that. BS Competition comfortably at the top, and now you can see Marler Racing Team assuming the lead of this race. They, I would say, are in a legitimate fight for P2 with the Mercedes AMG Sports Team Williams car. Like, I think they could be going on towards the very end, and that's interesting because Williams are coming back from a drive-through penalty, and they've suffered a lot in this race. But Sami Matti-Trogen has been putting in some remarkable lap times, most of them under the 7-minute 55 mark. And it's good to see that they are right in the mix of it in the SP9 category. And yeah, there is still some volatility about who will be second. And that is a battle I think we should have our eyes firmly peeled towards as we come towards the last 50 minutes of this 3-hour long race.
That's the Line GP Ferrari. which I think has gone really under the radar today, but has done a very good job, you know, in the top 10. And as I was talking about earlier on, they've got a very short last stop coming up too. They'll be right in the mix. This is the Falcon Sim Racing team, who had a stop and hold 60 earlier. That has put them a long way back, but they're right in the contention for some decent points as well. And meanwhile, side by side here between Halder Motorsport and Mulder Motorsport.
Oh.
That was very close. Halder still hanging on there. This is for 12th, by the way, in the field. Mulder on the inside line, quite a tight line into the Tiergarten, and they will hang on for the moment. That was pretty close to disaster through the Tiergarten that time round. Meanwhile, in the second fastest class on the field, to by Grid and Go are leading Share Esport, but they haven't stopped yet. Neither has PB Performance or R Sport. It is effectively Share Esport 116 who are leading by 3 seconds over Team Nitro Falcon. The Apex Racing team and Loferson Racing sub third and fourth when this all shakes out. Ahead of Team Sword Brentsport, who haven't made their final stop. Neither of Team 35 Penalties Sim RC. Quanta Esports have, so they should be fifth. Ahead of WNSE Motorsport, who haven't made their final pit stop, but Halder Motorsport have. So have Austrian Sim Racers. Their hand was a little bit forced by their crash. And then photosec by WMS, who are a little bit off the back after trouble today. They are in fact 2 minutes off the back of the field. So again, it's a pit stop masterclass from Team 116. And as things stand, they are going to win this championship here today, unless their teammates can finish second, which feels a little bit unlikely at the moment. It's looking very, very good for Share Esport.
Yeah, it's been an unbelievable season for them so far. 2 wins, and they could well be on course for a third one in a row, unless the Team Nitro X Falcon Cup car can disrupt something, which also seems tricky, because there has been some air between the two of them now. I think a 2.5-3 second gap between the two of them at the moment. So even that seems like a tough thing for them to do at this moment in time. And I find it remarkable, right? The Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, the car itself, right? The 992 is such a tricky beast to handle. Not got too much downforce, very fast in the straights, is absolutely on a razor's edge every single time you go through a corner. Barely any electronic assists. It's almost on the racket edge every time you put your wheel down, put your foot down on the throttle. And so as a driver, you're so worried. Is it going to stay with me? Is it not? You can learn how to manage the car with time, but it's still very unpredictable. So in that car, to nail strategy every time, right? To nail race management, to nail starts, to nail procedures, because that's a big thing catching out most of the pole sitters, is phenomenal. But their teammates in the meantime are making a move for position. It's the 117 involved in their constant fight up against the Frozen Speed Grid and Go team, and the Frozen Speed team letting them go past, I suppose. And yeah, this fight carries on as it has been doing so for the last 2.5 odd hours.
This is out of the final corner for these drivers who still haven't stopped, and that will sort itself out in the next few moments. Apex Racing team are leading by some distance now in SP10. 7 seconds is their advantage, and not much of it, in fact none of it, came during the pit stops. They are looking very good for a race win here ahead of SimRC, with Grid and Go also on the podium. That would mean SimRC and Apex are covered by just 3 points heading into the final round if things stay as they are. Nürburgring Esports and Dory Sports Academy round out the top 5. Team Huizinveld and BS Competition currently battle over 6th position, over a minute off the lead. X-Racer at 8th, ahead of Falcon Sim Racing after their crash in 9th and their drive-through penalty in the last few moments. And then Nürburgring Esports Young Guns at the back end of the field, having just made their final pit stop now, so that's why they're further towards the back. Luca Appert has taken the lead then in the Porsche Cup class, where we're just cycling through those standings there. Nitro Falcon Cup are still a little bit further behind. But just to go back to SP10, what a great fight we're going to have on the last race of the season. The Apex Racing team doing exactly what they have to do. 7 seconds the advantage they've now got.
It's unbelievable. They've pulled out so much. They've really pulled out so much. Remember, at one point in the race, we had Apex, SimRC, Dirty Sports Academy, BS Competition, and Falcon Sim Racing all in one pack within, what, a second and a half. And also gridandgo.com, by the way. Yeah, they've all split up so badly. It's unbelievable how this SP10 class has gone and how the AMG Team Apex Racing car has really flexed its muscles. Ideally, in this stint, Marvin Strell and Aaron Vasquez should be very, very close by. But that's not been the case because Aaron Vasquez has been continuously a second and a half, sometimes 2 seconds faster than the Sim RC car in second place, which is why they have such a big advantage as it stands, and it will just keep on going in the final part of this race. Here's the Falcon Sim Racing team coming back for another stop. Again, it's just a routine. I wouldn't say routine, but yeah, given their strategy, a routine stop. But there's nothing to fight for them, right? They just sort of take home 1 point because, yeah, the race has been done over by that crash they had.
Yeah, real shame for them. Not out of the running for the championship yet, though. Not just yet. We'll go through that in a moment. That is off the road for Smiley Esports. And they needed a good in-lap as well because they are going to come in this lap after Scherer did 2 laps ago. Sven Winter, Adopt Don't Shop have just made their final stop. They're third. Subcaution AC Mayen are still yet to make their final stop. And they'll drop behind Eifel Racing probably. Race Sim Zone at 6th for the moment, ahead of Wolf Sim Racing, currently making their final stop. And then you've got D7 Racing, the bottom 2. Thomas Enger Sim Racing and Rings of Sim Racing have not re-emerged after their incidents in the first hour. The SP3 looking good for Scherer Esport, but again, championship-wise, if Schmelly Esports finish in the top 2, they will keep this alive going into the final round, and we'd have 3 identical first and second place finishes in SP3, which doesn't happen very often.
It's a copy-paste completely. As it stands, Miller Esports are leading on track, but expect them to have a pit stop sometime soon. And in that case, expect the Scherer Esports car to come back up into first place and for the Smiller Esports X Entropy machine to slot back into second ahead of the Adopt Don't Shop. The SP3, I mean, the story over there has largely been one of consistency because we know mostly the pace of each car. And it's not been a great deal of variety. And because the packs tend to get broken up so easily by faster cars coming around, it's a little tough to really see a lot of differences, but there has been one big difference. The Stabkonchen AC Mayen, again, I only did German for 1 week, but the number 272, the Stabkonchen AC Mayen team, they're in 4th, and they had 1 DNF in the last race, and they only got 1 point for finishing in the first start of the season. So it's incredible to see them in P4 at the moment and taking home a huge haul of points. 6 points as it stands for them. So they are elevating themselves up in the championship order, and I love to see that. I love a good underdog story.
I think you can tell every time I go for that team, though, I've never done German. So
Yeah.
I'm just winging it as we go.
So how do you say it? Stabkonchen? Our producers will probably
Michael
correct
Vernon
us.
is currently sticking fingers in his ears and tearing his hair out and all sorts. Dear, oh dear. Sorry to any German speakers who are listening. Although, in which case, I don't know why you're listening to this one. Not listening to the actual
Exactly.
German on the other channel, but anyway, that's besides the point. 42 minutes still to go. Smilia are just towards the latter part of the lap now. I think they're going to be in and indeed they are in pit lane now. So just watch to see that gap on the bottom of your screen there, whether it will change hands, the lead here. I think it should do, but stranger things have happened. So we'll just keep an eye on it for the moment. Yes, they are still stopped. Leon Harhoff at the wheel for the end of this race. Now that gap is going to remain at a few seconds. Scherer Esport getting their lead back again. So no championship sealed there for the moment because Adopt Don't Shop are more than 3/4 of a minute behind. In SP10, we've already spoken about, it's going to be very, very close at the end of the season. Now for Scherer Esports in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Can they get to a situation where they don't even need to turn up in 3 weeks' time? I wonder. Well, to do that, they're going to need a lot of things to happen. But as things stand, with them in first and their teammates only getting 3 points way down the field, they'd be gaining 12. They've already got 11, so they'd be comfortable over them. And with them winning the race, they would also be comfortable over the Apex Racing team, who are in 3rd place. And Apex, of course, need to finish ahead of Scherer here today. So, as things stand, it is very, very comfortable for Team 116. Even if they lose the lead and finish second, they would seal the championship here today, as far as I'm aware. So, Yeah, especially with their teammates so far down. So, yeah, this is looking very, very good. Looks like that's going to be the only championship that's sealed, though, going into the final round. For some of the others, they may only have to do 75% of the race in SB9. We'll work that out in a second. But for Share Esport in the Porsche Cup class, it's looking almost confirmed.
And also in the SB3s, I'd suspect, right? Because...
Not yet, no. Surprisingly.
3 wins in a row, 45 points, and then... Okay, let's do the math.
3 seconds in a row, that's the thing. That's 33 points, so you're only 12 behind.
Yeah, theoretically it is possible for you to get ahead, yeah.
So what would they need? 6th place or better in 3 weeks to seal the title? You'd imagine, I mean, you know, we're talking about this like it's, you know, right on the edge for, you know, it's very likely they finish in the top 6. But, you know, the reason we keep bringing it up is because anything can happen around the circuit. And if they have a really bad final round, just, you know, making it clear that it is still on here. It is still open.
Yeah, and you never know. You never know, because we saw the same thing happen in the SP10 category just earlier today when we had the Falcon Sim Racing team who were cruising. And I wouldn't say were guaranteed to win, but at least were in a very, 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 very promising spot to take P1. Eventually taken out by a crash, and I'm not too sure, again, we haven't had enough time to go through it, but I'm not too sure if it was 100% their fault, that incident that happened, and even Impulse Racing in the SP9 category had got taken out by it. So you never really know. I mean, for all you know, you could well have a procedural issue. Maybe you enter with the wrong number accidentally because your teammate ends up typing the wrong thing on the keyboard. Anything could happen. Maybe your Wi-Fi drops off. It's so hard to tell. And that's why you need to show up and also ensure that you're doing whatever you can to make sure that you have the best possible result and rather the easiest possible circumstance for the final race. And that, I'd say, Share Esports SP3 are doing just so well. Even if they show up in the next round, I think they should be fine, because that's how good they've been of a team, and they've been operating on a totally different level to most other teams. They really know the SP3 class by the back of their hand. But in SP9s, more battling, Williams Esports have been able to get past of the Mahler racing team, and they are now in the podium slots after taking a drive-through penalty early on in the race for their procedural issues. The jump start is what they did, and that caused them to go all the way back down. I remember at one point they were in P10, but incredible to see Vasilios Palacios engineer this comeback and put in some really good lap times. The next target, Liberty Esports, who have made one stop less than most other people. Normally you'd expect people to have 3 stops done. Liberty have done only 2. Soon enough they should be in the pit lane. And this effectively means that the Williams Esports team and Mahler are fighting for 2nd and 3rd. But I say this battle is not done because they're on the same strategy. And Barneveld and Palacios are very good drivers. And look at this, right? Barneveld is going on the outside. This is getting fun.
You don't see this very often. Up towards Horax, it's side by side, and there's contact. Off goes the Williams Mercedes, back on again for Palacios. Ryan Barneveld gets the place. Goodness me, the two of them are going absolutely hell for leather there. And there was a slight bit of contact. Well, they get away with it, and it looks like they're both undamaged, but it could have been a lot worse.
Tempers were flaring at the highest point of the entire circuit, and well, Mahler have gotten ahead, but I wonder how clean of a move that was. It really barged their way past. Ryan Barneveld, he felt it was imperative to get past at that moment, and I agree with him. If you don't make that move at that point, it's going to be very, very tricky to get past of Williams, who have been on fire so far in this race. And then we should peel our eyes on 2 things. Firstly, the replay, which is coming up now, and also the protest sheet. Here we are then. A slight bit of contact. I think it's a clear case of 2 into 1 doesn't go, right? It's very pushy on the limit by Barneveld, but I'm not sure if it's illegal.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it was just one of those things, really, where they came into contact. You said you saw something on the protest sheet. I don't see anything new on there.
We need to now keep our eyes on that, because the replay and the protest sheet, that's where most of the action is going to be.
I see, right, yeah. So I thought something hadn't updated for me. It's fine.
Wait for it.
Yeah, well, yeah. We'll see if it is a protestable offence in a few moments. This is Frozen Speed by Grin and Go versus Schrerer. They passed one of the SP10 battles, Huisenberg versus X-Racer, up in towards Flugplatz. This is for the final spot inside the top 5 of Porsche class. By the way, I've just been doing some maths here on where Apex have to finish to keep this title challenge alive, BS competition win. And it's bad news for Apex, I'm afraid. It's third place. If they finish fourth, even, which seems pretty unlikely as well, but even if they finish fourth, they will only be 16 points behind. So the way it stands right now, the BS competition team are going to go into next week, or next round I should say, having already won the title, if things stay as they are.
Unbelievable. What a crazy season it's been. We've had so many good teams in parts, but only BS competition has been the one that's executed it to perfection, like every single time. Like I remember, right, this season there was potential to see Mahler in the championship fight, potential to see Williams in the title fight, pole promotion esports if they maintained cleanliness in both of the races that they took part in. Apex for sure. I know there's been a driver lineup change in the middle of the season, and that doesn't help anyone in maintaining consistency. But I really expected them to be in the middle of this fight too. And it's been interesting to see what MJ Downforce has been doing as well. In that Mustang, I think they've really been pushing the limits of that car and getting some good results. But it's such a shame. And even Dord Esports number 20, I mean, they had such great potential, but penalties every single time they stepped on in the DNLS, and now they're not here for the third round. So it's a race of attrition that BS competition are winning. I'd say even if we had all the teams doing very well, you would still expect BS competition to be in the mix. But as is the case in an endurance race, the cleanest team and the one that executes a race to perfection always wins. And that's what we're seeing with BS competition over the course of the entire season.
Says one of the Mustangs getting out of the way for pole promotion esports. That's Hopped Racing team getting out of the way. Not entirely sure why. I think they're battling for a place like on, but anyway, they were rather nice there. 5 laps still to go, so I guess they do have another stop, which is probably why they were so nice to their rival there. The top 3 have all made their final pit stop. Still waiting for the Apex Racing team to make theirs, but even then they've got to finish on the podium. They've got to have something go wrong for someone up ahead, otherwise it's not going to happen for them. M&J Downforce have made their final stop. There's Liberty Esport now, that's why they've dropped down to 7th place. Though in the top 2 classes, it's looking like the title is going to be sealed this afternoon. And in the slower 2, it looks like we're going to get a fight towards the end, especially SP10. Speaking of SP10, that was X-Racer going wide through the mud curve.
Yeah, that got a little bit too hairy. I think the mud cover has been the corner that's created the most amount of drama in the entire season so far. We've seen cars go side by side there. We've seen cars be punted there. We've seen 3 cars in the middle of a battle go wheel to wheel there as well. It's madness what that corner can produce. And it really gets the bravery out of you. Sometimes, again, bravery can very quickly become dangerous, which is what we also saw with the X-Racer team. But weirdly, after kissing the barriers and after trimming the grass, they're still in this, you know? They still could have a chance at the Horsingwell team very soon.
Yeah, they could do. They've had one of those sort of races, really, these 2 teams, where they've just been all right inside the top 8 or so. They're not quite right towards the back, but they have been not challenging really for the lead at any point. Even when the top 6 were running away with the front, they were 7th and 8th battling away. Speaking of battling away, Frozen Speed by Grin and Go versus Sierra here through the latter sector. Goodness me, that was close between these 2. Ganosso Tastelen on the outside of Bruno Heinrich there, who just managed to hang on. Tastelen here ahead of Heinrich. That was a good battle between the 2. Shows really how this final part of the race is going to go in the battle for 5th place. They are going to fight for this very, very hard indeed. Just an extra point on the line here for 117.
I don't think it's the point that matters though. It's the pride, because these 2 have been locked into a battle for the last 2.5 hours, and they've seen the front and the back of each other's cars so well that they probably remember each and every sponsor on each other's car. That's how close they've been over the course of the entire race. And there's a chant in the world of pro wrestling that I love a lot. It's called Fight Forever. That's what we want between these 2, because they've been so entertaining all the way through. They've been always side by side, always been very clean and very respectable. And we get to see them go nose to tail and hopefully side by side for the next 30 minutes as well. And then it'll be no holds barred. I love this.
Change for the lead in SP10.
Oh,
Suddenly out of nowhere.
How?
It's because they're in pit lane, that's why. False alarm. Don't need to worry, they're just in pit lane. Sorry. Sorry for panicking, everyone. Meanwhile, Sherry Sport get through on the way down the back straight ahead of Frozen Speedbike going to go. Now, there might be enough time for Castellan to get back in the slipstream here of Heinrich and come back through again, and there is. Heinrich there just went a bit too early. He went through a bit too soon, and that meant that Frozen Speedbike going to go got back in the slipstream and got straight back through again with ease.
bring it on. So the Frozen Speed team has taken the advantage heading in to the GP circuit. And I wonder how hard will the Scherer Esports 117 car fight for this position at this point. It's the battle for P5. There's not really a lot of extra points. Only one extra point you get. But actually, no. Yeah, one extra point you get by taking that position away. So I wonder if there's a great sense of urgency at this stage. Maybe they want to leave it late. Maybe they want to surprise them at a later part of the race. But there is more battling for a more consequential position. It is SP9. It is second place overall in the entire race as well. And Williams, who were out on the grass a few moments ago, are now back behind the Marler Racing car on their tail, fighting for that second place. They've been through hell and back. They've been through a trip to the grass, and they've been through a drive-through as well. Now, they want redemption by taking second place for themselves. And I hope that Vasilius Valenciosas and that Williams machine does not see red, because that'll be the last way we want this battle to end. What a phenomenal one it could be.
It certainly could. There should be 4 laps to go at the end of this lap here. Are they going to have enough time for that? Yes, they should do. Yeah, so 4 to go here in SP9. As always, should be another 23-lap race. Through down the hill now towards Flanscott, and there is Bertziotis in the Mercedes. Trying to get on terms now with the Marler Racing team, and maybe even make his way through. I think this is going to be one of those battles, though, that sort of goes on right to the end now. Both of these cars have had problems so far today. Williams a drive-through penalty. Marler Racing team were caught up in traffic in the opening stint of the race. That has very much held them back to where they could have been at the end of the day. So both of these cars slightly delayed, but with the opportunity to battle over those last podium places behind the purely confirmed race winners, PS Competition, although they've still got 4 more laps to go. Belziotis just looks spot and right there. I wonder whether he's grabbing a drink or what he's doing, but he's just fiddling with something. He moves to the right a little bit. Not sure whether that's on purpose or whether he's just drifting there. Now he's properly in the slipstream of the BMW. And look at the difference in straight line speed as well. That Mercedes is not making ground very easily. It's finding it quite hard work, actually. Now up the hill, it will pull alongside. Only just level now, up past the alternative pit lane. Under the bridge, the nose barely in front. This is a real struggle for Balenciotis and Williams in the Mercedes. There's nearly side-to-side contact. Into the turn on they go. Inside line for Balenciotis. He's got the place, but that was a bit of a struggle.
But that is redemption for the Williams Esports team. They were pushed wide a couple of laps ago. Now they take that position back on merit. In the background, the Apex Racing team car makes a pit stop. That's the number 49. They surely have not planned this 100%. That's not the ideal time to go pit stopping in this race, but there is some more fighting left to do in this battle for second place. Marler Racing now looking for a comeback on Williams. This battle is not over and done with yet, and Marler still feel that they have a lot more to give in this. Remember, no strategy comes in the way now. They're on the same tire compounds, they're on the same tire strategy, and they are literally fighting evenly till the very end. This is the kind of racing we love to see. It's amazing, right? 3 hours of absolute volatility in terms of tire strategies, and also in terms of the way the races have gone, with Williams coming back from a drive-through penalty, and it ends with such a close battle at the very end. Endurance racing, man, it's beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic to watch. Over 2.5 hours gone now this afternoon, and still the battles continue for second. That has not really changed the championship picture, to be honest. These two teams were tied on points coming into today. They should get up to second and third in the championship, but they should also be too far away from PS Competition to catch them in the lead by the end of the day as well. Max Godino has come out in 6th place in the field. only gives him a few points, and that at the moment would see him 19 points behind BS Competition going into the last round. They need, what, another 4 to even make this go to the last round. So again, they need third place, Apex Racing Team, or they need BS Competition to go off the road somehow in the lead of this race. It's looking very, very good now for the number 1 car. They just need to hold on for this race win, and they've got another championship in season 2024-25.
And it is unbelievable. Perfectly executed, very easily managed. I think most of the times their competition has disappeared in front of them. That's the thing. I mean, they should have had more competition, but they've all faded away. They've all vanished. They've all had so many different issues that BS Competition are the last team standing. And to seal a championship on round 3 of a 4-round championship is genuinely baffling. Like, we still have a quarter of the season left to go. I mean, theoretically, right? Because we have 3, 6, 9, 12 hours of racing. We're done with 9. So 3 hours of racing are still left. We still have a champion. It's unbelievable how good BS Competition have been. Or dare I say, how messy the others have been as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably a combination. I mean, all the others have had difficult rounds so far. Apex Racing Team, for example, in number 49, only finished 5th 2 weeks ago. Apex Racing, the Williams and Marla cars at worst have finished, to be fair to them, only 4th. Just, I think mainly the dominance of BS Competition, who haven't finished below 2nd so far this season. This is on board with the Apex Racing Team in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. They started the day 18 points behind Scherer and needed to finish ahead of number 116. Unfortunately, they were caught up behind that battle for 5th place on the very opening lap, and that's created a gap that they just haven't been able to close all day.
Yeah, exactly. And that's ultimately it, right? Once you're able to make that gap, and once you have momentum on your side, once you've firmly established yourself at the top, it becomes so hard, because how much volatility can you see in strategies? Once you're so clear, once you've executed things well, it becomes very hard for your opponent to get past unless there's some major issues happening with your race, and that's clearly not been the case here. So yeah, that's the challenging part about an endurance race. If your competition is bang on doing everything right, good luck, because you've got to follow on in your path. And if you make even one small error, that's it. That could be the race well done for you. There's no chance of coming back from there.
Yeah. And there is Lewis Pilecki, just in the top left of your screen. Part of the Apex Racing Team for DNLS 24-25. Chasing down the Alone for Some Racing car at the moment. They had a difficult opening round of the season after a good start and only finished 6th 2 weeks ago. They're quite a long way behind, but fighting for a podium here, and for them to get that would be a great result indeed. Under the bridge, Pilecki there had a look. Well, is he going to go for it? Doesn't quite look like it this time round into the final few corners. He'll back off. Still 4 laps to go for these two, by the way. Plenty of time, but he just couldn't quite do it that time.
No, he's got to wait for a better and more opportune moment than that. Alone Fritzen won't let go of that position that easily, because, of course, they've been having a very, very good race, and they've been there on merit, really. They've really, on merit, been the 3rd fastest team so far. And Apex are now finally in the mix. And now that that's happening, Alone Fritzen just will try as hard as they possibly can to hold on to that. Again, this is where we skim out all of the strategies and all of the variations and just come to the proper hardcore racing. Because now that it's a clear one-on-one battle, that's when they can properly go hard. And that's the most beautiful part about endurance racing. You do all the hard work at the beginning to have no variables interfering in your battle at the very end. And that's what we're getting between Alone Fritzen and the Apex Racing Team. Apex are closer than they've ever been, though. The bumper almost touching the back of the Alone Fritzen car. And I get a feeling we have not seen the last of this fight. They are going to go on and on and on. And the last time we had 2 Porsche Cup cars battle out against each other on the final lap of a DNLS race, it didn't really end well. Let's just put it that way.
Well, let's hope that this is a good battle this time for the last 20 minutes. You can tell that it's going to be one of those that I imagine carries on right to the very end here in this round. Up onto the Nordschleife they go again. Beginning of lap number 19, or not, lap number 20, I should say, for them. The leader's not actually that far behind them, but often the Porsche Cup cars don't get lapped in these races. Felix Kernbach is only making his way towards the end of the lap right now, so it might be that these guys get lapped, but probably not, to be honest. He's still yet to make his way over the line. Meanwhile...
Oh, well.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, well, we have this fight going on too. I almost forgot about these guys.
Well, and would you believe it, that Impulse Ferrari is actually for position as well. That's not going to be much of a fight, but the Impulse Ferrari has had issues earlier on. We saw him hit the Falcon Sim Racing SP10 as it was spinning round. It did them quite a lot of damage to the front right of that Ferrari. They've got it repaired and they're back out again to complete the race, but shows you how far down they are. They're actually behind other classes, legitimate positions.
Yeah, it's a little sad they were having such a good race in the meantime. But let's shift our focus back to this battle that's going on in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. As we see, Felix Kernbach set a fastest lap in the SP9s in the BS competition car, and they're just flexing. Hopefully there's some more flexing to do for any one of these two teams, because they're now firmly embroiled and now even fighting in the Nordschleife. I thought they'd go slightly easier on each other, the Apex and the Lord Fixing machines. But Simone Maria Marciano, hard under pressure from Luis Beneke in the Apex racing car. And fair play to Simone, right? He's done so much of racing on iRacing. He's been, I think a veteran would be a good way to describe him, because he's been around for so long and has achieved so much. And he has to use that veteran experience to keep the Apex car behind. And the Apex car is actually looking quite fast. It's pretty decent. Both of them have had such similar pace throughout the race, such similar strategies too. And while that battle comes to a bit of a standstill, this one picks up in its intensity. It's amazing, Ewan. What a race we're getting.
Yeah, it is. Pellizziotti back ahead of Barneveld again. Now, we've seen both of these two ahead of the other in the last few moments, the last few laps, but neither has been able to get away from the other either. So this could be one of those fights that goes on right to the very end. You'd find it unlikely for them to catch the leader now, 25 seconds out front. However, this battle may well continue on, and you just wonder how they would have been able to stay with the race leader BS competition if they'd have been, if they'd have not had their problems. Of course, racing's full of what ifs, but you know, what if Williams didn't have their drive-through? What if Marder didn't start so far down and get caught up in early battles? You know, there's a lot of what ifs there, especially at 25 seconds. You begin to wonder what could have happened.
No, seriously, because a drive-through penalty is easily costing you 30, 35 odd seconds at least, and that basically is it. And that's been the case with Williams all throughout the season. Unfortunately, there's just something or the other that comes in and makes it tough for them to win. Like even last time, the drive-through penalty they got was for blocking a car during a qualifying lap while they were on their out lap. Another car was on their flying lap and they blocked it. Like, it's such a small issue, and they lost out on a win there again. They were 32 seconds behind the winners, who were yet again pace competition. So it's frustrating. Two drive-through penalties have really ruined Williams' season, and they're going to be ruining this for a long, long time. They're going to be sitting back thinking and being like, man, imagine if we didn't block that slow car, or imagine if we didn't have that jump start. We could have been champions. And being the champions of DNLS is just so prestigious. Yeah, this one's going to sting for a long time.
In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, Sherry Sport are still leading the way in the pro part of the standings. Team Sorg Rennsport are still leading in the AMS, and they have done for quite a long time now. They are leading by a long way as well. You'd imagine they'll hang on in the last quarter of an hour of this race. Through the S's they go our act here, these two. Battling for third place, Alone for Some Racing versus the Apex Racing team, who surely are going to be able to work their way through here in this battle. But will they manage it in these last 3 laps? They're not going to be lapped by the overall race leader, so they'll still have 3 laps to go in SP9. Still the battles going on. Number 4, Haupt Racing team trying to catch pole promotion esports again. Unfortunately though, Haupt Racing team should have to make another stop, so they may well not actually be fighting it out here for this position. We'll wait and see. Looks like a bit of a stalemate between those two just for the moment. And indeed, around the field as well. This, I think, is the first round this season where we've not got a battle for the lead in any of the clashes going on towards the end. We've had some fantastic finishes so far this season.
But I still wouldn't call it a bad race because there's so much of fighting happening all around in other places. So it's weird how endurance racing plays out sometimes. And even though all of our leaders have been standouts in each of their ways, that clearly wasn't the case in the first part of the race. All of them had legitimate contenders. I think most classes had, apart from, actually not, SP3s didn't really have a lot. I think SP9's Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy and the SP10s genuinely had 4 or 5 cars who could have won this race within the first hour. And then it all unraveled for the SP9s. SP10s got crazy after the 1.5 hour mark. And the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, what do we say about that? It's all disappeared so quickly. But genuinely, each of these classes would have had any one of 4 or 5 cars winning. And so it tells you how good the leaders have been. So instead of just criticizing that it's a boring race, I think we should look at just how good the leaders have been and just how well they've controlled the race in spite of having so much volatility around them. Well, meanwhile, the Apex car is now pulling side by side. Simone and Maria Marcheno has lost out on a position. Alone Fritzen Racing have dropped down the order. They are now in 4th. Apex Racing have taken the position that they've been fighting for over the last 2 hours and 45 minutes. But there is still enough time for a comeback. Alone Fritzen, will they make a move at Tiergarten? Not exactly now, but turn 1 still remains to be an opportunity. And with these cars, the draft makes it possible for an overtake to happen there. Knowing Simone, knowing how badly he wants that podium slot, he will go for it.
And you'd imagine as well, Simone Maria Marcheno is going to be fast enough to perhaps make this move in towards turn number 1.
There he is.
A repass, if you like, a reattempt from Simone Maria Marcheno as he looks to return the serve from Luis Pilecki. That is a very good sign, I think, to the Apex Racing team of how the end of this race might well go. If you pass us, we might well just come straight back and pass you again as well, as the Williams Esports car has got a stop and hold penalty for 3 seconds here.
Oh my word. That's the number 26. Oh, hang on a second.
That's for avoidable contact with Marla Racing Team.
But Williams 26? I'm slightly confused, I'm sorry.
Number 5, Incident 26, I think.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a battle killed. Williams Esports have had their 2nd penalty in this race.
Oh no, excuse me. Sorry, sorry to interrupt. I've got it wrong. It's for a pit lane infringement, not for avoidable contact. It's a pit lane infringement. Stop and hold 3 seconds. Their pit stops over the course of today have been 3 seconds or just under shorter than they should have been. 2 point something shorter than they should have been.
Which further proves the point. Williams could well have been champions had it not been for these procedural errors. It's their 3rd procedural error in the last 2 races, 2 of them in this race itself. And even though they had a drive-through penalty, they did good enough to come back into 2nd, and now they have to go all the way back again. Imagine how frustrating it might be for them. Oh my word. Lost potential is the only word that comes to my mind. Oh boy.
They're going to lose the podium to M&J Downforce, I think, in this exchange. They shouldn't drop any further than 4th. Lion GP are too far down, and they haven't made their stop yet either. But this is going to really hurt Williams Esports, unfortunately. 2 penalties in 1 day. And in the end, it is going to be no championship for them. If BS Competition hold on to win this race, it will be their championship this season. Wow, what a disappointment for Williams Esports. Meanwhile, the Porsches are still battling away, not only for 3rd place but also for 9th. Vinal Sport and Team Sorgren Sport. Harley Horton at the wheel of this one. I think this is the car that went down the inside at turn number 1. I could be wrong. It's 10th place now, number 100, and looking at a solid top 10 here, as an AM in this class.
Yeah, they're fighting and then in the AM class as well. Actually, let me just quickly check where exactly they
first.
They're first. Ah, interesting. very interesting. So, SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, I'm not sure they've made that much of noise because I don't remember us speaking a lot about them. But if this is indeed first in class, that's amazing because there have been some great teams in that AM class in the Porsche Esports and George Trophy. A lot of them, of course, taken out by contact. We saw the Austrian Sim Racers team be involved in quite a fair bit. But this is incredible, right? I mean, SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, yeah, they would be first. And after a DNF in the first race and only 1 point in the second one, this is quite a decent bit. And of course, they will still officially score just 1 point for finishing. But in the AM category, it's a lot more about bragging rights and what they do and who finishes the highest among all the other classes. So this is a big result for them.
Yeah, certainly is. Pretty under the radar today. And unlike the first 2 rounds, actually not very close in the AM class. We've seen some very close finishes in the AM class, but not this time round. Just been a very good performance indeed from Team Sorg Rennsport. Harley Houghton still at the wheel of that one. Certainly tell where he's from. Looking at his on-board camera, as we just did. He's looking for a way into ninth now at the hands of R-Sport, who are just up ahead here. R-Sport were in the top 6 in round number 1, the end of 2024. A few positions further down for them this time round, just the 1 point for finishing for them. Now then, final pit stops have happened now in SB9. As Line GP make their way out pit lane right in front of M&J Downforce. That's promoted the Apex Racing team to 5th position here. And the Williams Esports car has carried on, so they're still yet to make their penalty and serve their penalty. That still means that Apex are over 30 seconds away from keeping this championship alive into the final round. It's a big, big ask.
It is indeed, and it'll take quite a fair bit for that to happen. As it stands, it's just fair and square domination, and anything in the last 10 minutes, any sort of volatility will only then open up the doors here. But wait a minute, the Mustang's close by. The Lion GP car under a lot of pressure at the moment by the number 11. And we've seen this battle sort of materialize in many different ways. But now good to see MJ Downforce properly at the back. And Dino Heuser in that Ferrari is now facing Mustang at the back. Follows his Ferrari at the Nürburgring. Who would have thought in the last 10 minutes? It's unbelievable.
Yes, so Line GP have made their final stop now. Just 12 seconds in the box for them. Served their long stops earlier. Now they are now they're battling away with M&J Downforce. In towards Schwedenkreuz here. Dino Heuser defending from Dennis Menz. The Mustang's not going to be close enough on the way down into this part of the standings. They're over 10 seconds, by the way, ahead of Pole Promotion Esports and Hub Racing Team, the final 2 inside the top 10. And so they can really battle away here in the last 7 minutes. They can really go side by side very regularly if they want to. We'll see whether they do, but if they want to, they can really fight for this. And I imagine M&J are going to give them a hard time here eventually.
Yeah, exactly. And then let's see. I mean, at this part of the circuit, it's so hard to make any sort of move whatsoever. So you really got to be patient in your opportunity. But then even the Ferrari knows that, look at that. The headlights are flashing on the Mustang. He's basically saying, get a move on, mate. I'm the faster car here. But this is for position. This is all fair and square. Nobody owes anyone anything. So Dino Heuser very well fair in his right to keep the car in the middle of the road and to ensure that he keeps that position. The Mustang is a big beast. Down the straights, it'll be interesting to see how much the Ferrari can hold on.
We know the Mustang's got a lot of grunt on those straights. We will see whether it can hang on the Ferrari. Now then, these two have been going at it the last couple of laps as we get another penalty coming through. Car 42 with a stop and hold 3 seconds. That is Nürburgring Esports. They're quite a long way down in SB9. Is Lewis Palicki even going to go for it here on Simone Maria Marchena this time round? Or is he going to wait? He knows that there is still 1 more lap to go for these drivers. Well, it might even be 2, actually, depending on where the leader is. And so maybe he's decided that it will be 2 laps to go. He's decided second place is the best place to be going on to these last laps.
But I'm not sure that's how it's going to end, because you will see a bit of fighting coming along on those final couple of laps. Well, in the meantime, more battling at the back. SRS team saw great sport. Harley Horton still behind that R Sport car. It's a Pro versus Am battle, this one. And the 109 that you're seeing up ahead, the white and pink machine, is in the Pro class, and the SRS team saw great sport machine is in the Am. So good to see intra-class action in a way. It's hard to tell really, is it intra or inter, because it's kind of weird in the Porsche Esports and George Trophy. But we are seeing an Am car go side by side, almost get past of a Pro car towards the end of this race. So that'll be bragging rights plus more for the SRS team Saw Grand Sport, because they're leading in their class and they're also fighting against the Pro car very, very well. They will settle back inside and take the draft, but I suppose for more bragging rights, they will go side by side at the Nottingham Her. Now heading towards Deergarten. Who's going to have the advantage? It seems to be SRS, but they will have to back off just a little bit.
That was really high-stakes stuff towards the end of the Nottingham Her there, and into the Tiergarten. Really close between the two of them to contact it. And yeah, it's a weird battle, isn't it, between Pro and Am. Clearly they are interested in fighting this out, but you can argue between yourselves about whether this is sensible or not. Outside, inside for Holly Horton in the Sorgren Sport car. He does the dummy on the R Sport car, and number 100 does move up into 9th position. There's not even a point on the line there. It is literally just bragging rights. It is not even a Pro versus a Pro, or indeed an Am versus an Am, but Holly Horton wanted to make that pass, and he certainly made sure of it in towards turn 1.
Yeah, and that'll put such a big grin on his face, knowing that he can pass a Pro car on merit. And remember, these Pro and Am distinctions were made right before the season began. We had an open qualifying session, and based on the times we would decide. But now, good to see an Am fighting against a Pro, and good to see the Williams team back in the mix for this. Second place in SP9, Mahler versus Williams. Williams will now go to serve their penalty that they had for not having enough time in their pit lane. That's the 3-second stop and hold that they're serving with only 3 minutes to go. It'll pain them, but it's something that they've earned, and they must serve as a result. While Mahler Racing team are now setting the new fastest lap of this race. This is just Mahler rubbing it in, right, basically.
They are effectively part of the same team, of course, PS Competition and Mahler Racing Team, just different branches of the same team, and so you can slightly call this a 1-2 if you want. Williams Esports, meanwhile, make their stop. Feels like that's been more than 3 seconds now. No, they're still there. Well, this is taking a long time. Now Apex Racing Team are going to have a chance here at 4th place. Now they need 3rd to keep the title alive, but even so, it would be nice for them to get up into 4th here, if possible. Over the line, and Williams are still there. That's a really long stop for them. Don't know whether they did extra to the 3 seconds, but anyway, they were stopped for 30 seconds, 29 seconds basically there. So the Apex Racing team are now up into 4th position. That's 6 points. They'd be 16 behind PS Plus with only 15 available for a win.
Yeah, that doesn't help. I mean, in the long run, we are still going to see BS Competition be crowned as champions, but it's still something to put a smile on your face, the fact that you're taking 4th position for Apex Racing. But I wonder, why will you stop for that long? What just went on there? There's no real need to take extra fuel and tires at this stage of the race as well, so I wonder what went on.
I do not know what went on there at all. Well, it's the last lap now of DNLS 3. Ravenol 3-hour race is coming to a close, and lines go for a spin through the Mercedes arena, right in front of M&J Downforce. That was a battle for 7th going on. Tino Hussler loses it, and he's going to get going again in 8th. Where is Pole Promotion Esports? There they are, just in the background, I think. Unless, okay. 9GP only dropped to 8th, but a seemingly unforced error, really, through turn 3.
And it's such a shame because they were holding on to that position so well. M&J Downforce eventually now taking 7th place by de facto, basically. I mean, they just inherited that position after that crash for the Lion Sheep. And it's such a shame because they were doing so well throughout the race. It's just sad that at this stage of the race something like that can happen. But Here's to hoping that something like that doesn't happen in this battle that is going on in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy for the final podium place. Alone Fritzen Racing, Simone Maria Marciano has defended for an entire stint, and now Apex Racing Team literally have a couple of more opportunities to be able to get ahead. Can they get that third place? They've been only briefly ahead a couple of times, but Alone Fritzen have been very defined in their defending. Is there a chance? Is there any room for volatility on the last couple of laps of this race? We shall find out in a bit.
Don't forget that while it says final lap on the board, it is not the final lap for these two. They're not going to be lapped in this race, so it's still on for these two. There is changes going on between Williams and Liberty Esports, and there were on the Grand Prix circuit, as we just saw. Williams are fifth, though, and are pulling away with that fifth position, trying to catch the Apex Racing Team on the last lap, but I'm not sure it's quite going to happen. These two will also fight it out to the line, and that's your lot as far as battles go, really, on the field. Just these two that I just mentioned to watch. And last time round, on the Dottingham, the Apex Racing Team didn't really get anywhere close to passing Roland Alfredson on the straight. Wonder whether that was just hanging back or whether they actually couldn't get through on the 138 just overhead. Going to be very interesting, very telling to find out on this next lap.
And I wonder how it plays out at the end, because we saw Apex Racing get ahead at the end of the Dottingham at the Tiergarten corner, and then Alone Fritzen getting back ahead at turn number 1. Which means that it's a sign from Alone Fritzen that they can make a move if they want to, but it's also a sign that Apex Racing can pass them at the Dottingham if they are the car behind heading into Tiergarten. It is all a possibility. It's just so hard to tell which car is going to be ahead at the final corner and just how hard Simone Maria Marciano will defend, because again, flashback to a couple of weeks ago, the battle for the AM category, they were fighting for the win. I think it was Austrian Sim Racers and RVR WNSC Motorsport. Again, 992 cars side by side, final lap heading into Tiergarten. Both of them made irregular movements, both of them crashed, and the stewards said no further action. So there is intensity that can go up to another level on the final lap. You just have to see which drivers can control it. And I wonder just how hard the Apex Racing team will try, because they know there is a chance. And we can already see Roland Alfredson feeling some of the pressure in the chat as well. Good to see you, Roland, right here. And I wonder what the mood in the camp is going to be like. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, it's one of the most nerve-wracking things in motorsport, just watching your teammate close out a race, even if they are as talented as Simone Maria Marciano, former World Championship level driver, not racing that series this season, but he has done in seasons gone past, and at the moment is hanging on to this podium for the team. Would be the first podium of the season if they could get it. It's the other battle in SB9 for 10th position. The gap's still 3 seconds between Williams and Apex for 4th place. Not that it really matters for either of those two teams. It's just about Williams to want to really stay as close to Marler as possible, really. But it doesn't matter quite as much. It's only for second in the championship. Here goes the Mustang and Porsche Hub Racing Team versus Falcon, right around the outside of one of the SB3s, right through Castleshund on the run up the hill. The Mustang pretty fast in a straight line. The Porsche can struggle. I'm not sure Falcon are quite going to have enough to come through here.
No, it's going to be a bit tricky at this stage, at least. I mean, you really need the Mustang to leave a lot of room for the Porsche to get going. And look at the Porsche, it's looking to go on the outside line. That is bold, brave and daring. But still, the Mustang stays ahead. But on the other side of our screens, we're going to see champions being crowned.
Certainly are. BS Competition was second in the opening round of the season, won 2 weeks ago, and with a race win here as well, they are going to seal the 2024-25 DNLS Championship. On the left, Falcon round the outside again. All right, we didn't see that work earlier. It doesn't work this time either. Into the final corners for Felix Quernbach, who's slowing down right in front of a couple of drivers here. He's got a train of drivers behind him who will finish the race right in behind him, up towards the line for the second round in a row. BS Competition win in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. This time the Ravenol 3-hour race goes to them. Round 3 is theirs, as it was in round 2. And as it was last time out as well, the championship is theirs. The number 1 team, victorious again in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
They've done a double-double. 2 wins in a row, 2 championships in a row as well for BS competition. And while all of their opposition have been struggling with consistency and have been struggling to avoid simple errors, BS have been the cream of the crop. Meanwhile, 2nd place for Mahler and a well-earned 3rd place for M and J Downforce. Well, we love to see the Mustang in action, and we were always wondering, can a Mustang make it on the way of the podium? They have now. Fair play to M&J. What a result it is for them. Greatly assisted by a lot of cars having bad races, but they nailed whatever they had to do to get there. And what a result it is for them. And I suppose we're also going to crown another race win for Share Esports. 3 in a row for them in the DNLS 2024-2025. Sven Winter crosses the line to win yet another race in the SP3 category, and it has been total domination for them as the AMG Team Williams car crosses the line in a slightly sad and sorry stint in P5. They could have been fighting for the win. Unfortunately, procedural issues put them in a slightly undesirable position. But what a race we've seen so far.
Yeah. Williams will be battling it out for 2nd in the championship now, but it's going to be difficult for them to even manage that. Smiley Esports finished 2nd in this race to keep the title fight alive in SP3 after Share Esports take that victory in round 3. That's 3 on the bounce for them, but it does not mean they have sealed the title just yet. A top 6 would be good enough for them. In fact, just a 7th place, I don't think, would be good enough for them, actually, now I think about it. We'll find out. No, I was right the first time. It is 6th place they need. Apologies. Either way, that is putting them in pole position for that, absolutely. As Falcon Sim Racing team come over the line with a top 10. In the end, they were able to fight for those good positions, despite having a stop and hold 60 for not having a real-world driver, which is, of course, one of the rules in SP9. We've got a little bit of time to wait, in fact quite a lot of time to wait until the drivers of the other 2 classes come through. It'll be Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring next, so the rest of the SP3s and SP9s will come through first. But such contrasting emotions for so many at the end of the day. PS competition, knowing that all of their work is pretty much done here at the end of just 3 rounds. In SP3, a contrasting emotion because Share Esports have actually got more points than BS competition so far, but they've actually not sealed the title. That's a weird way to think about it, and just shows the contrast of emotions you can have here in these different classes.
But Share Esports in the SP3 have 1 hand and 4 fingers on that championship. Same can be said here in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy as well. They have been the most dominant team, and with another win could be another championship for Share. But there are battles left to be close, and hey, Alon Fritzen lost the position. It's the Apex Racing team that's just ahead of the carousel. This is crazy to watch. We still have some
Yeah, still some time to go here. Still some time left in this battle for 3rd. Is it over just yet? I actually thought Baleki was holding back and stopping himself from going through just for the moment so that he could come back through on the last lap, but actually he wants to lead onto the dotting hurt for the final time round. So only Maria Marciano now knows what he has to do. It's the roles reversed from what he expected, probably, as Marciano goes off the grass and he has a big slide. That could be a big moment for this race. Has that lost him the chance at finishing on the podium here this afternoon? Roland Alfredson will certainly be biting his nails as he cheers on his teammate to a podium, perhaps. He's still just about in the slipstream here, but he's not as close as he really needs to be. Ideally, you want to be within half a second, but then again, you don't want to come through too early on the back straight. You will get repassed if you are not careful. Though Marciano's got to time this well. And with that mistake, bizarrely, he might well be able to time it a bit better after going off the road and nearly throwing it in the wall. Let's see whether he has the time and the space to do this late on. They are just over 20 seconds behind Cherry Sport, who are right out front and about to crown themselves as champions once again. It was so impressive in the way that they won the championship last season, and it looks like they're going to do it again here in 24-25. An unbelievable season from them once again. As they make their way now down in towards the final part of the circuit, we'll keep our eyes on the top left of the screen while Luca Alpert comes through for his crowning moment. It was a 1-2 in round one. Last time out they had to win on their own, and they're having to do it again here, but it's given them the chance to win the title. Cherry Esport over the line to win DNLS 3 in the Ravenol 3-hour race, as just in behind Simone Marie Martino does have enough time to get back through here on the Apex Racing team, who dropped back to fourth. Will Balecki go for a dive right at the very end here? No, he won't. And so the Alonfredson racing car with Simone Marie Martino and Roland Alfredson will get their podium right at the very end.
Unbelievable. And what a strategy that was. I mean, we didn't see them go back down, but eventually on the last lap, it was always going to be advantageous to be behind because of the kind of draft you can get on the Dottinger Höhe. And Simone Maria Martino using it to perfection to get Alon Fritzen a well-deserved podium. And what a fight that was. That's the kind of racing we're all here to watch. Phenomenal racing between Alon Fritzen and also the Apex Racing team.
There is actually a late battle going on for third in SB10, by the way. SB10 cars, oh no, there isn't, excuse me, that's the timer screen playing up. The top three in SB10 have yet to come over the line just yet, as we're waiting for the rest of them to come across the line in the Porsche class. It is the top 11 who have found themselves still on the lead up, so there's Frodsby by Grin and Go. Only a point for them at the end. That's really going to hurt their chances of finishing runner-up in the championship this season. And here are the AM winners. Team Saw Brentsport have put on the most dominant performance we've seen in the AM class since it was introduced for this season. And in previous times, it's been a side-by-side battle about this point, at least close late on in the last stint, but he's done very well. Team Saw Brentsport finished ahead of R-Sport, and then Team 75 put up by Sim RC, who finished up just behind them. Then it is Team Apex Racing, who win in SP10. They will take the full 15 points ahead of Sim RC, who, by the way, finished second for the third race in a row. That's a pretty unbelievable record in itself. That leaves those two teams separated by just 3 points heading in to the final round.
And the championship is properly up for grabs. Second place won't do for Sim RC next time, but they have set themselves up to be in the fight when we go racing 3 weeks from now for DNLS 4. And it's also a great podium for Grid and Go Motorsports, for gridandgo.com esports as well. I mean, they were right in the mix of that fight. And it's incredible to see that among all the other teams that had a shot, they are the ones who have taken P3, and a very remarkable and a very consistent race for them ends with a big reward.
They are also involved in the championship fight, by the way. 4 teams have a chance of winning the title in 3 weeks' time. Very much hope you'll join us for it. It will be on the 8th of March, going live at the same time we did here today, 12:15 Central European time. Very much hope you'll join us for it. It is BS Competition who take the race win here this afternoon by nearly 18 seconds. They got closed in on at the end, but it's a comfortable victory at the finish ahead of the Marla Racing team. Then M&J Downfalls with a well-deserved podium. The Team Apex Racing got just ahead of Team Williams and Liberty Esport at the end. That was pretty close between those three. M&J Downfalls round out those who get extra points, and then it's those who just get the points for the single point for finishing the race, which everybody did. Line GP and 8 for the pole promotion esports and Falcon Sim Racing inside the top 10, even after their stop and hold 60. Nürburgring Esport finished 11th ahead of Holden Motorsport and Mulder Motorsport, who battled quite regularly. Hutch Racing Team and Team Nitro Falcon round out the top 15 with Nürburgring Esports, RC Car Shop Esports and Impulse Racing finishing 18th. But it's BS Competition's day, and it's their championship as well after just 3 rounds.
That's the result in the SP9 class after 23 demanding laps at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's been full of strategic variations, full of interesting battles, and sad to see the Impulse Racing team one lap down after having such great potential over the course of the race. But sometimes that's just the way it ends for you. And that has been the case for them at the back of the SP9 class.
Absolutely. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, it's Share Esport who take the win and also the title for them as well, ahead of Team Nitro Falcon Cup, who challenged them quite a long time for that race. Alone for some racing, just beating Team Apex Racing Team to the third place in the end. Share Esport 117 finishing in fifth position. Worst result of the season, unfortunately, but that says a lot about the way it's gone for them so far. Commando Esports and PB Performance, the last teams to get those extra points for positions. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go getting the points for finishing, as did Team Sorg Rennsport, who won in the AM class, ahead of R Sport, who finished 10th, just ahead of Team Certified Burner by SimRC. Halder Motorsport, Avia WNSE Motorsport, Austrian Sim Racing and Fositec by WMS round out the top 15. Here, quickly on Share Esport, I mean, what a fantastic season from them. 3 race wins in 3 rounds for Share Esport, including a 1-2 in round 1, of course. And that has given them the championship here. We're still 3 hours of racing to go. They lead by 22 points after just 3 rounds. It's the Apex Racing team who win in SP10 once again as well. That's their second win of the season, by the way, at SimRC, who finished second for the third time this season. GridandGo.com Esports will also be involved in the championship finale as they finish third, ahead of X-Racer and Team Hoisingveld. It was Glory Sports Academy, Sickford of Nürburgring Esports and BS Competition. Ninth place for Falcon Sim Racing. They are still involved in the championship fight, though, alongside Nürburgring Esports, who finished last. What a championship finale we're in for in SP10. It is 4 teams separated by just 14 points in that category. What a fantastic finish we're going to have. That is the most we've got involved in any of the classes. Sorry, go ahead.
And most of them are so close. I mean, Apex and SimRC, that's going to be the major battle that we're all going to watch for. And SimRC, so consistent. And same can be said for Share Esports as well. Winners in the SP3s. They've accumulated the most points, but they haven't still won the championship because Miller Esports X Entropy have been so consistently in second place. Again, yet another close fight, a 15-second margin between the two of them. But at the end, Share Esports dominating as always, and Adopt Don't Shop in third. It's been the same result every single time, weirdly. What a season it's been so far.
Yeah, it is slightly bizarre the way that's happened. So it's Share, Smiley Esports, Adopt Don't Shop top 3. Then Stob Caution, AC Mayan, 4th position, ahead of the 5th placed Eifel Racing. Race Sim Zone finished 6th ahead of Wolf Motorsport, the 7 Racing, and then those that didn't finish, Thomas Sanger Sim Racing and Ringfisher Sim Racing. Well, another great round of the championship. The Ravenol 3-hour race coming to an end soon. We're set up for a great championship finale in some categories, and we're admiring the dominance of other teams in some of the others.
Which means that DNLS 4 is going to be such a fun race. Apart from seeing champions being crowned, we're also going to be seeing an exhibition race of sorts with not much on stake at the SP9 with the championship gone. So can the other teams prove that they could well have won that championship had it not been for a few small errors? Lots of people are going to be coming, challenging BS competition in that one. And man, that's going to be a race to watch for.
It certainly is. Well, a big thanks to everyone who's tuned in over the course of this evening, or this afternoon, I should say. It's been thoroughly great to have your company once again. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside Sumil Arora. Make sure you join us in 3 weeks' time on the 8th of March for the final round of the season. It is going to be an absolute barnstormer. In some of these categories, we have got a championship to decide that is separated by wafer-thin margins. Just 3 points between SimRC and Apex Racing team. For example, in SP10, it's one not to be missed. 3 weeks' time, same place. I hope that you'll join us then. Big thanks to everyone who's tuned in. Big thanks to all the production staff behind the scenes here of this Nürburgring TV and Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series broadcast here of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series in season 2024-25. We'll see you in 3 weeks' time. But for now, from the Nürburgring, it's goodbye for now.